Day. We got stuff to talk about, don't we?
I don't think people fully understand what is happening right now because the very foundation of the industry is about to change right now.
If they weren't prepared,
We
they
are
need
about
to be right now.
yeah, you need to, grab your dirt sheets, grab your figs, grab your stack of dimes and get them all ready. Because this is Wrestling Observer Rumble. And we are going to talk about wrestling for much longer than any human being would be expected to talk about wrestling.
Yeah, and I would not have it any other goddamn way.
Exactly. Let's fucking go.
The August 24th
Oh,
edition of Wrestling Observer Rumble, by the way, before we forget to mention that.
Exactly. This Saturday, last night, great match, great night. We had to do some great wrestling with some great wrestlers, and I think that's just really great.
It is great. It's great that wrestling is on the rise again. So proud. The last 3 months have been not so great for both. I mean, it's a controversial opinion. I don't think it's been great for
Well,
TFR
I
and
don't think
AEW.
not so great can even exist in the same word as wrestling because wrestling is always great
True,
in
but
every aspect.
I mean, for the quality wise, the matches, it's kind of been a blur these last 3 months. If that's just my opinion, though.
It's like if you broke down the star ratings for every match in the last 3 months, 1 million does not feel like the same 2 million that we've had in the last 2 weeks. Exactly.
Exactly. That's exactly what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm out here watching, VGCW 2014. I'm out here watching, like if I go to the page right now, we have Blonde Championship Wrestling with Blonde Demon, and
One of my
it appears to be
favorites.
called something in the realm of Bitch Slap. Very interesting. Wrestling has not been hotter.
It's never been hotter.
Never hotter. If you say ice cold, you are permanently banned from Twitch. I'm going to call Jeff Bezos.
I will enforce that. I will enforce that.
Yeah. Yes. No, not ice cold. White hot. So, TFR is back after completely planned and intentionally solid, great hiatus. Last week we had some great wrestling, but we didn't feel the need to sit down and review it until this week when the wrestling just became so great and so excellent that we couldn't take it anymore. We had to sit down and create this
just from this week.
Oh yeah, I can't get enough of wrestling. I think these shows are too short, and we should have even more wrestling.
Yeah. Yes, I completely agree. I don't think it kind of felt rushed at the end. Like they really should have had more time to tell the stories they told this week. And I know that there are overruns to watch out for, and you can't have too many overruns. But
I think
the networks need to let them tell the story, right?
Twitch needs to implement VCRs.
Yes.
If I could, because no VODs, delete the VODs. You need to sit down and record your VCR with an 8-hour overrun, and if you're not, you're a fake wrestling fan.
Yeah, we need to get because the VCR now, DVRing, all that kind of stuff, they count towards the ratings, and we need the ratings up especially for AEW, because it needs the ratings that it deserves.
The injustices that have been done to the AEW ratings in the second 4 hours of this stream it should be illegal.
It should be illegal. Just
in fact, I had a source. Actually, hold on. Let me get my notes. Let me get my notes. Let me check my notes. And you see, TFR, I believe it was banned because it was disproportionately shifting the ratings away from AEW.
Is there an insider behind that? That is actually pretty intriguing to hear.
The thing about that is, the first match of the night was Apollo, which is to be expected, and Carlos. When I look at this match, I see that Apollo is a part of a pedigree, and that pedigree is, you see, there are marquee franchises of TFR, whether you want to believe it or not. I'm talking about Resident Evil, Yumi Neko, maybe
staples.
A third one. Yeah, exactly. Pizza Tower, of course. But in Apollo, Phoenix Wright. Even if you don't want to talk about VGCW, season 2, iconic doesn't even begin. Like, you look at those banners, he's right there next to Battler. This is a guy who carried season 4.
Really, Apollo?
Yeah. No. I'm saying Wright is like this is.
Oh,
this
right.
Is the guy.
Yeah. Okay. Jesus.
Yeah. In terms of like Ace Attorney is, even before like the heel turn where he's become, or how could I suggest that anyone could hate our savior and Lord of Wrestling, Wright? I'm so sorry, but even that, it's like Wright's a top guy. Edgeworth, not only one of the most protected wrestlers in history, like that's not a joke, that part happened. He's the centerpiece of the most pivotal angle in TFR history.
One of the most popular, I'd say.
Like, honestly, like, does anyone not like love Edgeworth? This isn't a bit. I just genuinely think that Edgeworth he doesn't show up for like 2 years, and if he came out tomorrow, he would draw a bigger pop than 90% of that roster anywhere.
I mean, we literally saw that happen in season 0, was it? During the court cases.
With a song, yeah. No. He came out with no entrance. We didn't know what was happening. He came out and he got a bigger pop than anyone else on that card. And including his dad, who is also just already one of the top guys, one of the best natural workers we have, changed his style, didn't miss a beat, most beloved natural baby faces. And then there's Apollo. No one dislikes Apollo. We all like we are lawyer. Jenny, we are lawyer.
We are lawyer.
So we like Apollo. But when you sit down and you hear that pop, you pop for it, and then your pop goes back down because you're watching an Apollo match.
Yes. I don't want to speak too soon, but this could be a little spoiler. But certain wrestler in this Apollo versus Carlos match is going to be in one of my bottom 3 this week.
Really?
No, I'm not going to explain it later.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because we will be discussing who we believe to be the top and bottom 3 of TFR AEW right now. But in terms of the opening match, Apollo has been building this almost like anti-Sinbad curtain jerk opener gimmick. And some people are into it, some people are lying. But, he hasn't had anything until now. Like Mystery Busters, yeah, but he was like the 3rd most popular person in that stable. So,
not to mention the Mystery Busters have completely disappeared off the face of the wrestling world.
I know. I don't know where Beatrice is. I miss her. I want her. Please come home. Anyway, so this is a gimmick where he is put in a part of the show that is traditionally looked down on as the lowest part of the show. This is not, like we say curtain jerker, this is essentially the pre-show because there's no lore. He just comes out and he has to wrestle in front of a crowd that has seen nothing yet. And he loses a lot in very definitive fashion. So already, it seems like he's poised to completely fall apart here. And then you put him against Carlos, who, you want to talk about guys who have, a part of the show that puts him. Carlos was a part of the greatest match of all time. Like, just straight up. He is a pivotal member of that central 3v3.
And he's not even that big of a face, or not a face, but not even that big of a character on the TFR roster either.
He has not done a single thing of note since he lost to KOJ. I genuinely don't think he showed up until like yesterday. So, and he's still 10 times more over than Apollo. So already, this seems like it's not going to go well for Apollo. And we get into the match. Apollo, he is a manlet. He does not have the size. He does not have.
You're just saying it like it is.
But he is not in the same flippy shitter realm as like Reyes or Saihara. I'm sorry. Mass Saihara, absolute powerhouse, actually absolutely killing it right now. But in a realm of like a traditionally smaller wrestler, he does not flip like the rest of them.
Yeah, he doesn't have that,
Carlos,
that little guy appeal that, like you said, Saihara, Rise. He's just kind of a wrestler that's small.
he's not an underdog. He's just like he's like a neighbor. Like, oh, there's Apollo. Hey, how you doing? And Carlos has
see him
no
every day.
style whatsoever.
The way I'd say it is you see him every day, but you never really pay too much mind to him. That's Apollo.
Yeah, we have been seeing him every single day at the exact. It's like when we're leaving for work. There's Apollo losing, and Carlos is someone who, despite being 5-star general, has no actual wrestling style of his own. Yes, he is auraless, Apollo, but Carlos, nothing but aura from this man.
Absolutely.
So, earlier on in the match, Apollo goes for a finisher early on. He hot shots it, and it doesn't work. So at this point, I'm checked out. I'm thinking this is over.
Yeah, I think at this point, by this point in the match, I literally got up from my chair to do laundry. That's how not into it I was.
That's right. I remember that. But but then slowly he starts to bring it around. He hits one Justice Driver. He immediately combos, top rope. He's not doing moonsaults. He's doing a solid splash off the top, and it looks like that's everything he's doing to hurt you because he's 5'6". But Justice Driver splash, Justice Driver 1, 2, 3. This is his first win in a while. It's brought up, and is this kind of like the track that Apollo has needed to get over? Because you look at what Sinbad built up his ability to. Because no one was watching Sinbad because they read Magi, despite Anne holding a gun to my head. But he main event Sinbad is the main event of his own gimmick. No Absolutely. One is sitting down and saying like, oh, I really like the character content of Sinbad, but no, he's the main event. Apollo, he's the opener, and that could mean he opens the match and he looks like an absolute jobber. Don't even give him an entrance. Or that could mean Apollo is here to start the show every single week because he loves you. I don't know if he loves. I don't know. I haven't met the kid. He's had a lot going on in his life. I've heard a lot about his past, like a lot. But I think this could be the turning point where this gimmick goes from something we realized was Apollo is opening again to Apollo is opening again. Hell yeah!
It could grow into something much greater, but I just don't see that happening. I don't see Apollo, the big opener, the big opener Apollo. I don't see that being a thing. I think he's just going to continue to open the shows and have maybe an okay match, maybe a good match, maybe a not so good match. He needs to prove me wrong.
I think it's all in the opponent because do you think Apollo got cheered over Carlos in this match?
No.
Exactly. But if you start bringing in, I believe he's over with Hisoka, who is our current world champion, top heel. If you start bringing in Apollo to wrestle guys that he can hang with every week, is this the start of something new, or is this? Or I think this is the turning point.
You can believe that, but on the contrary, it could also just be more people carrying Apollo to a good opening match. It could be. I'm not saying that he's not starting to turn around on the crowd, or the crowd turning around onto him, rather. But it's got to be more work in my eyes.
If he's over, can he stay over? And what does that lead to? I think that's the question that he needs to start answering, next week when he opens the show.
Yes. And let's not make any mistakes. He will open the show next week.
Oh, no. If Carlos doesn't open the show next week, then there is some corporate sabotage going on. And I will have someone set for this. But, so the show opened, and then the show actually opened. We had Dutch come out for a promo. And I thought it was very bold to have, Dutch, the most consistently natural heel, maybe left in the business, cutting a great babyface promo.
It certainly shocked me when it happened.
Because this is a guy. He cheats when he doesn't have to. He will go out and get the chairs in a non DQ match. He's that kind of guy. And he's sitting here talking about his dream and what he thought he was doing for a group that has done nothing but destroy some of the most beloved baby faces we have. So I was intrigued just from the start, and then the music hit. We got the pyro, we got the smoke, and you don't have to agree with me. If you look at Red, you look at Colombo coming out. Those two with that aura, they look like stars.
They do look pretty menacing. And
because like Biker Red, like you don't have to be attracted to her. Like
right.
Some people may or may not be, but Colombo, like he's got the tattoos. Does she have tattoos? I would have to.
Oh, absolutely.
Really look into that. But she's got something like maybe not in the realm of tramp stamp. I would have to look into that personally. But those two coming out to confront someone who like we saw Dutch completely screw them over. I thought Colombo was on track to make the Back to the Bone title the premier undercard, not even undercard, just secondary title period in the business right now, because that was his belt from day one. Even before he had it, he had that belt, and yeah. Dutch cost him in a foolishly courting death by suggesting that Gold would not make his bi-yearly appearance.
A rookie mistake, if I do say so, and that's coming from Dutch too, making that mistake. He's a season 1 legend.
But Gold is a season 1 legend, so what do you make of that?
It does cancel out. So I do want to say real quick before you continue that you were starting to go into it at the beginning, but Red, Colombo, and Papillon, they all come out. You know who I'm talking
about. Red Colombo, Judgment Day. They look like stars.
Yes. They look like stars, and you need that if you're going to have your previously one of the biggest heels in your company cutting a surprise face promo. You need to have that counterbalance of, here comes these guys that are probably going to be the big heels of the company now. And that's what I'm seeing anyways, especially with what happens later on in the promo.
Yeah, because, Dutch, like we've seen Dutch, he's been upper mid-card, he's been a tag team champion. Yes. He's been around that, those mid-card title scenes for a long time, and we know what he's capable of. And to see him get wiped out like that makes what's happening here. We're not prepared for this.
It's generating intrigue.
Exactly. So Dutch cuts his promo. I don't think the crowd got behind him. I don't think they were booing him out of the building. This wasn't like a Triple H, I'll never see you guys again, and they're like throwing babies in the air, like, please get the fuck out, we hate you. Because Dutch, right. he's got that. This rat bastard is going to cheat, and it's going to be very funny to watch. So he has that ability to kind of toe the line. Because going off the shock of Gold coming back, and they had everything, and they lost it in one match. That is kind of like the downfall of this group that Dutch has been building for however many months. So this was kind of like an admission that it's gone, essentially. And even last week when Judgment Day came out to yes. When Door came out, jumping from a contract expiration in AEW, do you think anyone in the building was expecting that?
Speaking from experience, I did not. But looking back on it, it makes perfect sense.
Because you see these guys, like you hear about, like they go abroad, they reinvent themselves, they get a new gimmick, they learn a new hold, and they come back. Door did not feel like he was ready to leave. He had G1 implications; those could still be ongoing. But this is a guy. He was winning his title every week. The main AEW championship. And
never in a million years did I thought they would let him go. Or I don't know if maybe we don't know the full story. We don't know if he quit. We don't know if we just know what we see, and that Door is seemingly now in TFR. Minato Arisato.
He might not even be like out of a contract. He might still be signed to AEW. We don't know what's going on.
You think that?
Do you think Amakusa has his wrestlers under lock and key every Wednesday night when they get to stay up late?
No, but do you not? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm breaking character here.
Get it out.
Sorry.
Get it out. We're good.
Sorry.
We have fun here.
We have fun here.
We have fun wrestling here.
I don't believe Amakusa has that much of a strict hold on his wrestlers, right?
Yeah, because they're showing up in G1. Yeah.
I said this before, but on the contrary, you would have to imagine that with Amakusa and with Nero especially, anti-Fed sentiment has to be part of the company policy.
Yeah, but half the roster is anti-Fed. So ex-Fed, their world champion was Dor, and he was as Fed as they come. Rance. These are guys a part of their main stables. Their stables were staples.
Yeah.
Gerald, Travis Buckhead. These are TFR as they come. So I don't think if he showed back up on AEW tonight, are they gonna boo him? Or are they
crowd?
Are they gonna? Yeah, is he a traitor now, or is he just a heel now? What's going on here?
I think it's entirely depending. If that were to happen, I think that would entirely depend on what Minato comes out and says. If he says anything at all.
AEW is no longer my world. They're gonna throw tomatoes. They're gonna throw bombs at him.
But then that would also causes heat in AEW. It doesn't cause heat in TFR.
That's the thing. So, does the TFR audience even are they even aware of
Do they even watch? Yes. Do they even watch AEW?
Because if you're 6 hours into the stream and you're watching the shitty new metal baby play, are you locked in oh, what's Arisato doing? Or are you checked out waiting for the lore? But this is a serious question.
If we're talking 6 hours in, and especially if we're talking about an Arisato that does not have a championship belt, I don't give a shit.
Exactly.
He had a great championship stint. I will give him that. That does not excuse everything else about his past career, I'd say. Do we even need to bring up? Yeah. Do we even need to bring up Yuki versus Komaeda? Do we even need to bring that up to prove my point here?
I genuinely started to feel I had to throw up a bit in my mouth. I'm not. You were gonna vomit. Right?
Yes.
I genuinely I sat down in my chair and I felt ill before you even said it. I felt it coming. So
you knew it was coming.
We don't need to talk about what happened there.
No,
whatever happened.
That's in the past. That's in the past. That was me getting sidetracked.
For the foreseeable future. Let's not talk about that ever.
Let's keep it there forever. Let's lobotomize that part of history of our brains.
Actually, let's. I don't even. It's in my head now. Let's move on. Let's not talk about. Dor
let's get out of this lore before. It devolves.
Yeah, but speaking of Back to the Bone championships, Adol, Jonesy, Van dethroned Colombo in one of the most spectacular ways I've seen in a long time. That winner take all 4v4, Gold's back. Van is champion.
The crowd is popping for that for sure.
Oh, but people went ballistic.
I mean, that's an understatement.
When they heard Gold. Older rated pop, with no signifying pop. It's just the Heart Gold Soul Silver Battle Frontier theme. Still master pop on that.
Absolutely.
And
it's
let me. I'm sorry. I need to get my notes here.
Yeah, we need to get our notes here. I think the whole Arisato talk really messed with our brains there. We gotta take a deep breath here.
Yeah. So that's right. So
our fans do pay, $10.99. We need to make sure we put out a good product.
10? I thought it was 15. So
we're having a special this season.
Just All In with our just subscription to WOR free burger. As in, if you go to Burger, we will force you to install WOR onto your phone immediately. But Colombo Spice, 91 days, 4 defenses. That's not an insignificant reign. You stack it up to Bolo's KOJ, most world title reigns. This stands out. This is something worth looking at. Drops it to Adol 1 week, wins it back the next week, then drops it back to Van. This seems like it's going somewhere. Jonesy.
And here he comes.
and that's Jonesy. I don't. If you had to sit me down and like describe one important thing about Jonesy, and
if
you
I
can't
put a
say
gun to your
Ironclad,
head and I said, name one Jonesy match, other than the one that just happened, would you be able to?
I would say versus Sinbad in season 6, but that match is entirely on Sinbad.
Right. You can't name one thing
I would
Jonesy
say
actually did in that match.
he botched, and it was really funny. But besides that, Ironclad, great gimmick, stands out. What does Bro even do? What does he even do?
He stays the Ironclad. That's all he does.
Well, you know what? Then he's doing Ironclad well. But I think that the story of Adal overcoming Colombo and then having to drop it back is like, is he washed? Because when you win a title and then lose it back, it feels like a fluke. So already having Adal in this match against like the guy who beat Colombo, it feels like this guy, he's been hovering around the title for a while. Is he here to do the job? And looking at that match, I think that Adal, we all know how he works, but he continues to surprise us in the way that he continues to innovate his style. Because I would put him in the category of Reen-esque. You look at Albus, not Dumbledore, the other one, but
Bernstein, yeah. I think it was Bernstein.
Bernstein
for the Bernstein Bears. Can we get our editor to look up what his fucking name is? Sorry for the curse, by the way.
Yeah, no, don't worry about it. So yeah, this match was weird in the sense that we all thought Jonesy was like kind of dead in the water, and he takes over this match, and we start thinking Adal is going to lose to the guy who's got nothing going for him, and then he started to turn it around. He brings out the heat cutter. That's the move we all affiliate with him, like bump cutter. That's the heat cutter, and we're calling it that.
He can go back to his classic gimmick, but at the end of the day, and it's not his fault, people are going to remember him for that gimmick.
Yeah, he, like I said, arguably like the top guy, just from a pure wrestling aspect of what he was doing week to week. This is a guy who's beating Reen in the finale, and people are like, did that even happen? Because it just seemed like, you don't beat Reen in the finale. It doesn't seem like you can do that, but he did it. So, and that's to say, like, you go from that to, can this guy beat Jonesy? Is there a problem here? But
there is a significant decline.
Yeah, but he works stiff. He's got those stiff knees. He's got that reversal heavy style. Like I said, Reen-esque. But he's hitting these moves, and you start to believe. And I don't know. I just feel like where he goes with this title is entirely dependent on like who's going to be the next in line to try to elevate it. Because Colombo is still like 91 days, 4 defenses. We can talk about like intangibles and like X factors. The numbers don't lie. So, especially like previous title reign, dropping it back to the champion immediately. When Adal hit that final move, I believe it was.
So please hold on for a moment. You cut out big time, like the past minute, or was I?
Well, I've been talking.
Yeah, I'm not. Maybe it was me that cut out, and I apologize.
Okay, well, I was talking for like 3 minutes straight. So.
All right, sorry, my bad. I'm having internet issues.
No, powerful net. I didn't realize they had moved to the continental United States. But when he hit that final bump, it just seemed like this is the moment that Adal gets back on track. It appears that Jenny has died, gentlemen.
No, I'm here. I'm trying to catch up on because I'm trying to get to that point in the match. I guess my internet must have went out because I completely lost all contact for a moment there.
Okay. You went to okay. You went to Meltzer intervention for roughly 3 minutes.
I do want to point out that while it does kind of seem like maybe he's back, Adal is back.
Adal, you said Adal is back, and then you disintegrated, which is unfortunate. But I think just I'll do a quick side note in terms of like the bump versus
throwing it to the right on the screen.
Okay, yeah, you said Adol is back and then disintegrated, so I don't know if you were just gone.
I might be having internet issues. I apologize, but what I was saying is, if I don't get interrupted by my internet this time, Adol is back. You're thinking to yourself, Adol is back. He might be back. Things are probably looking up. He does commit a pretty damning botch before the finish, where he throws Jonesy on an Irish whip to the right of the screen, hits the right rope. He comes back. Adol goes for what I think is some kind of spinning kick, not like a roundhouse, but completely whiffs it, misses Jonesy entirely. Jonesy runs past him. It's a very awkward interaction. So that kind of soured me on that sentiment.
What I think is that Jonesy could have rebounded off that, but I guess it is like such an egregious botch where like even Jonesy kind of froze up on that, but I feel like that could have been salvaged. I don't know.
They didn't try to salvage it, and sometimes I think that's the best thing to do. I think some people try to restart the bot, or not the botch. They try to restart the spot rather, and that just becomes a whole downward spiral ordeal.
Yeah, some people in AEW do somehow manage to restart the botch, which is I think is more.
Well, AEW wrestlers are very talented.
Very talented, and if you're hitting 200 moves for matches, if 15 of those are neck breaking botches, I think that's a good ratio, personally.
Yeah, because the other 175 or 185 rather, excuse my retarded math, that's going to leave a much more of an impact.
Oh, absolutely. Like those people are going home. It's like the 17th moonsault. That's the one that I'm going home tonight. With fond.
That's what I'm going to tell my mom when I show up at home.
Yes, Thanksgiving evening, Mom. When he hit the 7th moonsault and he fell through and then turned around to stare into the eyes of his opponent. That is the moment I climaxed.
You mean that's the moment the match climaxed, right?
Next up, we had the investigation team having a promo in. Let's see. So we got Richter, we got Zach, right? It's Zach this time.
Francis Zach Morgan, yes.
Yes, right. Yeah, York has died, I believe.
Yeah, I remember the sticky.
Yeah, the tribute show. Very, very touching, very touching. But Zach is in control now, and Charles. One of the more underrated aspects of the more recent seasons. This is a guy who's had like 3 gimmicks in one run, and they're all the same gimmick. I think that's impressive.
That is impressive because he managed to stick it, in my opinion. I think a lot of people would agree with me with that too.
Because like you think like Mafia City, like it seems like not exactly like, it seems V core, but it doesn't seem like TFR core, and I feel like there is kind of like a disconnect that could be talked about in terms of like what TFR core is now. But I don't think anyone is going to sit down and like roll their eyes at Charles. I think he's over. So good promo. We saw later on there was some friction between the group after the Manny match, but essentially
that doesn't come promo. Later, so as of right now, very good team up promo. Discussing their plan of attack.
Because like spitting the coffee. When a babyface messes up like that, you want to say like you fucking idiot. Like you want to just hate them, but when they rebound it, it's things feel more forgiven. I believe we skipped a match.
No, we went out of order. The Pizza Tower Lord came first, then Bad to the Bone. Because then after the Bad to the Bone was catching back up with Pegasus.
Yeah, but we skipped Quote and Ryan Ray versus the Sons of Spurto entirely. And that is a tragedy because that match has probably the talking point of the night. Ryan Rave's oversell on that super kick is going in the history books.
It's an oversell, yes, but it was a really good sell. Even if he did it a little too much.
Because like sometimes you say that it's like if you say like, oh, this is smart shit, and if people are popping for it, you need to sit down and realize sometimes more is more, and something visually impressive looks better than it does.
And at the end of the day, a pop is a pop, right?
Exactly. Like Canadian Destroyer, if they pop for it, and the problem is not the first Canadian Destroyer, it's the next 17. But I think the Sons of Sparto, one of the more underrated tag teams in terms of their ability to win matches, which is something
underrated in the sense is that they're underrated in the ring, right? They're absolutely undeniably over, anyways. But people don't give them the respect that they deserve for their in-ring work.
In-ring work's Spaz has horrible in-ring work. He wins matches. The Sons of Sparto win matches.
And they do it looking good.
Yeah, they do. Especially, like that. I feel like that 5-star match between them, which I don't say that often, and I guarantee I will not say the words 5-star match at least 17 more times as I go throughout this program. But that match, I think we've kind of been awoken to how good they really are, and then you put them together. Ryan Rave he's a good hand. I would put him very definitively in the B- category. He's a submission specialist, which I think is interesting. Makes him scarier than you might think. But when you put him up with Quote, who is Quote, I think people are going to sit down and look at this and say, Sons of Sparto got this. And Tornado Tag, they absolutely killed it. They divided and conquered. They knew when to team up. Because without tags, you don't. Hitting tag team moves is not the same without that 5 seconds. You got to get into position. They still found a way to make those combination moves look good, look effective, and they built to something here.
They really feel like a team,
Exactly, and in the sense that they are an actual team. Because when one guy comes out and the next guy comes out in a separate entrance, you already know, okay, this is not a real team. But yeah, Quote has only ever won once or twice. Yeah, but those are 30-minute matches where he kicked out of 7 finishers. So Quote, we don't love Quote. We have our eye on Quote.
Yes, I couldn't have said it better.
Yeah. So that fucker kick, because I gotta be honest, I think the fucker cut is a great move for Dante. The fucker kick is essentially just a super kick, and I like when Hunk hits a super kick. I pop. I feel special inside. When someone else hits a super kick, I don't know. It just doesn't always feel the same.
Because when Dante does it, right, it feels like it's his. When you have the Young Bucks do 18 billion super kicks, and they're good at doing super kicks, one of the best. But at the same time, it kind of just feels like another super kick.
Yeah, and even thematically, just the fucker cut as it moves, he gets him up and then just slides his fist under the jaw. It looks it looks dirty. It looks like he would say kick to hold on after hitting that move. Fucker kick, it's a kick. Is it really fucker?
I think the fucker kick is referring to the fucker he's trying to kick. I think that's the point of the name.
Yeah, but the fucker cut does it better, don't you think? Because it's uppercut, but it's a fucker cut,
Yeah, but you got to think about the health of the wrestler here. You can't have a guy solely doing super duper uppercuts, because if you injure that arm,
Well, shit, I'm thinking about Ryan Rave's health after hitting that cell. Is his neck okay? He's wrestled all around the world. Do
we know? Has there been a statement put out about Ryan Rave's health?
I haven't seen him on his Elden Ring stream. Moonveil. Full. I don't know if he's okay. His premium gold Funko streams have not been up to date since he hit that super kick. So we're gonna have to look into that. I'll contact my sources. I think this was good.
I think Sean Ross Sapp said that he might have had a insider scoop on that, but we all know what happens with Sean Ross Sapp. Not to put the guy down, he's a fellow great journalist, but he has been on a bit of a bad streak recently.
I'm sorry, Sean Ross Sapp. I talked to Sora Von Shapp. That's my source.
Oh yes, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of sorry. I'm thinking about my my TEL playthrough.
Yeah,
where they have to have the legally distinct names for people, right? Like Bitler in the the FTR strategy or stable.
I understand. I forgive you.
Yeah.
It's hard some days. We will move on from this.
I do also want to point out now, while I bring it up, subscribers, or Subscriber Plus rather, do get some exclusive streams from my TEL save. So if you wanna see me fantasy book, just throw an additional $5. It'll help us out greatly, and you get some great content.
Yeah, can I get into those? Like, for real? Like, do you have those?
That's a save?
Yeah.
No, I don't. I'm making a joke here. But they don't need to know that, okay? Just let them pay the $20. I'm not unmuted, am I?
Next up, we had Ryuki and Pegasus back at it again. Post Shadow Realm seemed like it's kind of hard to come back from, but the revelation that it was actually AEW Dark, the 17th. I've said 17th a lot in the stream. I believe it's actually the 5th best wrestling stream in the world right now today.
Could you say that again? I was talking to my lawyer for a second there.
Yeah, just
unrelated reason.
AEW Dark. Yeah. No, don't worry about it. AEW Darkest, 5th best stream of wrestling card you'll find anywhere today. I agree. It's above NWR Reloaded, little bit below the Rumbling, but anyway.
Hold on, we do have a super chat here from a Euclid. He says, "What are your guys' opinion on the events of the summer of 02?" The summer of 02. Oh, summer of 92. He just corrected himself.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for the super chat, by the way, Euclid 243.
Yeah, thank you. That's going straight to our fantasy booking jar where we're going to bribe Amakusa to let us book. But anyway, summer 92. It's hard to be that exposed and that open, with your sexuality. And if he was feeling frisky, we've all been there. So I would say pride for Nash. Fists up. Dildos out. Let's.
Yeah. I am in the firm belief that every month should be Pride Month, but that's a discussion for another time.
Exactly.
Wrestling is absolutely for everyone.
Every zone.
Yes, every zim. Let's go back to Ryuki and Pegasus.
Yeah. Pegasus is absolutely someone who celebrates Pride Month. He is so prideful about his ability to wrestle classic matches in honor of his very deeply, platonic and good friend Erwin.
Yes.
God rest his soul. But you look at Ryuki, and
too soon.
I still can't believe he's gone.
I mean, death comes for us all. I don't mean to make this a bit sad, but that's just the true reality of it, and that's why we need shows like TFR, like AEW, nice old fashioned wrestling to put some light in our lives.
Sometimes when I'm looking at Ryuki, in the brightest part of his eye, I can see that glimmer of what made Erwin so great. So I'm starting to understand how he's evolving as the student.
Absolutely, still green though, but I do agree. Still green. Do agree.
You say green. I say pink with talent and inspiration.
Yes. Okay.
But he is green as good shit. He cannot work yet, but we're getting somewhere. It's about the mentality. Yeah.
This is exactly what Pegasus is trying to achieve.
It could not have gotten worse, and it hasn't. So I think that's important.
Great way to put it.
Exactly. So Pegasus, that world title, it's still hanging around out there. We're still waiting for that next defense. Who knows what's going to happen next? G1 could try to get on that. God forbid, if a G1 superstar takes the world title, I genuinely believe that Op will have a stroke and die.
Well, he is on suicide watch still, so we don't need any more incidents.
Yeah. Well, it's been how many weeks since Ricky Bobby? It's been 134 days. That's a fuck ton of weeks of suicide watch. So
we got to divide 134 divided by 7. That's simple math that I will let you do because I totally know the answer, but I want you to do it.
I think you should take this one because it's just such a simple answer.
Hey, no,
I really think that I'm like 34. Like it's seven. 7 times 5 is basically 34. -1. So
Yeah,
that's
it's
5.
that many weeks. It's that many
And
weeks.
it's that many. It's that many weeks of Suicide Watch, coping about Ricky Bobby.
I do hope he gets better.
I hope Ryuki, maybe Ryuki will be the one to overtake Ricky Bobby. That could I wouldn't bet on it. I would bet the farm on Ricky Bobby.
It would certainly be a
murdering
wonderful
him, but
and it would certainly be a wonderful and wild way to end this storyline.
it's like a wish come true for a kid who might want to make a wish to succeed in this business.
Yes, not to be confused with
Yes.
actual Make-A-Wish children.
I don't know. That's how did you know about my nickname for the pillars? I thought that was personal.
I mean, you did mention it once during the All-In after party in 2022. You were kind of intoxicated, though.
Chemical intoxication of any kind of combination of fumes and liquids I cannot be held responsible for that.
No, we know. We all knew you were just having fun. Okay, that's what's most important.
I know but like, I think I should be the bigger man here and just say we all fall sometimes. We all have hard days. We've all had some hard times, and when I think of hard times, I think of Aniki versus Prince in this next match. He could not get it together, and Prince just absolutely destroyed him. What happened here?
Well, what happened here is that it's a combination of things. For one, Aniki is not exactly a singles wrestler. I mean, he's had his moments, right? But if you look throughout his career, it's 80% tag team stable matches.
2-time tag champion, never singles champion. Not once.
Never singles champion.
Yeah. Van, this is a guy who's wrestled for the world title, dethroned Columbo. Aniki.
Van is one of the first world champions.
No.
Okay.
No, I'm not. Okay.
I misremember it then.
No, I believe he challenged Armstrong and then did not win, but he's around the scene. Aniki.
He has been there from the beginning, at the very least.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to ruin your.
Yeah. Oh no! There's not much to talk about here because Prince won in very definitive fashion. It
was a stomp.
It felt like Prince didn't need to go this far. Like he could have just saw that something wasn't right and just won more definitively. Like he almost like extended it. Like he wanted to. Ever since becoming the tribal chief, or rather, losing that to someone who will remain nameless. Maybe he's feeling a little bit of a darker streak.
You think a heel turn is coming?
I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying, he's got a great look he's got the hair. He seems like a scowly individual in general.
Yeah,
we can neither confirm nor deny what he did to Laura Croft. The allegations are still
they're
on the backlog. They're mere rumors. I would say.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Well, my point is allegations are allegations. They're not fact.
Yeah. Exactly. Any and all evidence has not been, discovered and, released at this time. But, the Prince, he could, I think he could take. Ricky Bobby is not someone who's going to go down very easily. Maybe we need someone who's willing to go an extra mile and really sacrifice a bit of themselves for the good of TFR. Yes. And even if they hate him for it. He's not the king of jobbers we deserve.
So what if they can see the darker side of him? So what if they can see that?
Yeah. Maybe the Prince will become the animal he has become.
Right.
Yeah.
And maybe
it's not because he's Arab. It's just
right. No, we need to get that out of the way. Yeah. It's not because he's Arab.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. Anyway, so I'm curious to see if Aniki is going to be able to, get together. He might not even wrestle at all next week, considering the state of him this week.
Yeah, it's kind of sad, the state of anarchy. These past
like
few
I
pay-per-views.
think that this week might be the worst thing to happen to Anarchy in TFR. I could not think of
No,
anything
no.
worse that has happened to this man
Did you
than
forget
what
that he
has
got
happened
run
this
over
week.
by a car?
I was gonna get to that, but when you look at this and you look at that, get 3 rewind splashes is essentially the same as getting run over by a Honda Civic. So what's worse?
I mean, he was injured for quite a bit after the Honda Civic ran him over, but
I think the coma was just incidental. There's no way of I think we can realistically measure, the amount of damage. Like if you hit someone with, an arm drag and they break their neck, and you hit them with a pile driver and they kip up, that's just a skill issue.
that's fair. I'll concede there.
Okay. What I'm saying is that the Prince should take a Honda Civic and run over Ricky Bobby with it.
Whoa, oh, okay. I got really worried for a second there.
Anyway.
Before you continue, I do want to say two things. One is we got another super chat from Master of Awesomeness 1992, $4.20, who says, "What are your thoughts on the TFR?"
I get it. No, I get it. 420.
That is very funny. What are your thoughts on the TFR and AEW footy streams in RPL? Do they have what it takes to win the Battler Cup? I don't know what you think about it, but in my case, I don't watch footy, so I don't care.
I mean, I'm just saying, there's a team that was not that good, last year that didn't win a game last year and has won many games this year. That I think maybe will be the team to kind of beat them all and let's go Grievous, let's go Patches, 2024, Godspeed.
All right, let's move on to the next my next point, which I seem to have forgotten. So let's move on to the next match.
Exactly. We got a new debut. Always fun to see. A young star. Yeah.
Now this was a fun moment.
Yeah.
Kind of came out of nowhere, but this was a fun moment indeed. I'll let you continue.
Yeah, because
set the stage here.
Because we were all mostly we've got to even cover the incident with Tough Enough. Mechazawa. This is someone we all relate to. We see ourselves in Mechazawa, and to see him unceremoniously removed is genuinely one of the worst things to happen in TFR in a long time. So
I don't know what the general manager, I don't know what the Tough Enough, the Tough Enough staff, I don't know what they were thinking with that. That was not a good move. It was a terrible look for the company too to remove a man who was injured. I'm sure. He did make a recovery.
I don't even know if he's hurt, because it's kind of hard to tell. But I sat down, I talked to his family a little bit. I got that scoop, and they said the emotional damage he sustained from that pales in comparison to the physical damage that he actually received in that. It's a little hard to tell. I don't want to say he's a weird looking guy because he looks like just any other guy you'd find walking down the street, but it was hard to tell, if his head was caved in, that could be.
We didn't really get much details because it happened backstage, and we can only assume the worst. There was no footage. It's not like he got injured in a match.
Yeah. So to have Fargoth somewhat, step in, we all needed something. We needed something to cheer us up, and I believe that this match more than made up for it.
Actually, to clarify before we continue. He did get injured in a match. I'm thinking of something that happens later on.
Yeah, I was gonna say Mechazawa. He got into the ring with Jingu. Already, I would be on injury watch, just in the same
just being
room as him. But do you know Mechazawa is a young man. He has not yet known the horrors of this world. So to step into that ring, I just think we need to take our hats off and bow to that every man. But getting into this next match, Sam is someone who is kind of Apollo-esque in he shows up in the earlier parts of the show and, unlike Apollo, manages to consistently deliver.
Right. I agree.
I don't know where Caius has been all this time. I'm saying
the fact that he's even back is astonishing.
He, when they introduced a new drug testing policy, I didn't think it was possible, but here we are.
I don't want to make any comments on Caius, but I absolutely thought it was over for him when that new policy was introduced. So to see him back is both amazing and kind of concerning.
A little concerning to see that he's able to walk, but he's back in here, taking bumps. And forget the bumps. These two, they really like their stairs, didn't they? They picked those stairs up and then they put them down.
Tried to stare each
and then
other
they picked
down.
those stairs back up, and then they put those stairs back down, and they put those stairs back up, and they picked them back down. And that went on for a while, but eventually, when the guitar came out, that's when it really took it up a notch.
When the guitar came out, it turned into a completely different match. It turned into one of those, what's the word? What's the promo?
Because they see Extreme Rules like a way for them to like not have to work as hard. These two veterans, they work like veterans. They're still like fine young men, but in the prime of their lives. But they see Extreme Rules as a way to give themselves, a way to take the match even further. So,
and boy did they.
Like genuinely,
this was absolutely something out of the Outlaw Mud Show stable, or not stable, promotion.
I mean, Outlaw Mud Show, yeah, but like, it doesn't even feel like sponsors. They beat the crap out of each other. Like this wasn't like GCW. This was like some unnamed thing you find on like Live Leak because something went horribly wrong kind of match.
Yeah. But it was kind of a nice change of pace. As horrifying it was to watch live, it was a very nice change of pace from the classic wrestling. Not to say that every match should be I'm going to kill my opponent match, but just to see that happen every now and then.
And these two, these two didn't have any reason to really hate each other, but just looking at like their physique and their ability to like wrestle that kind of match, it just kind of felt inevitable that they would murder each other. And Kai's picking up the win on his debut. Not always a guarantee. Some guys, they walk in and they walk out on a stretcher. So to see him, I'm excited to see what he's going to do next.
He's still got it for sure.
I'm concerned to see how he'll be able to conform in a match that doesn't have that same lack of restrictions. Like if you put him in like a Pure Rules, 2 out of 3 falls, Iron Man, maybe he might not be as good. But I think like when he hit that, it was one moment that I realized that this was going to be something special. It was out on the floor. Let's see here.
Take your time. Go through your notes.
Yeah, I just my notes here. I just need to get my notes here. One. Well, even his finisher, like you look at he hits that mountain press. He's got biceps and triceps and deltoids for days, and then he goes right into a moonsault. I was getting Perk Jones-esque energy from that move alone.
You mean TFR era Perk and not AEW era Perk?
Oh, I mean, I think they're pretty much the same,
Yeah, but AEW era Perk is just kind of he just has this Fed stink that is bringing him down. In AEW.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not noticeable in TFR because that's what it's like in TFR.
Everything there is Fed stink. It's the Fed, but Amakusa has tried really hard to bring him up to a level of a Chad or a Pepino, and he's just not there. But I understand what you're saying. Like it felt like Kaius could hang on that level.
Yeah. Good match.
Right,
great match.
Up we had Speaking of hardcore altercations, 4 men, Hell in a Cell. One of them is a clown. The other one is George Jackman. Already, we're gonna have my pants were already evaporated. Sarah,
you had pants by that point.
Yeah, when they were off, when Sareth walked in, I could see my pants rematerializing. So I was like, ooh, I don't know. But then when Ilya came out, I was like, okay, now pants are off. This is where we go.
It's justified. The pants need to be off.
Yeah, justified pants off chance from the audience tonight.
We have another super chat from look at that, it's OP right there. I heard this segment draw the most ratings of the show. Is that true?
I don't even have to confirm because when I look at George Jackman in this match and his ability to carry and keep it all flowing, I see a draw. And,
absolutely.
Opticum is interesting because he's a clown in the sense that he's the least clownly of the clowns because he doesn't need to cheat. He doesn't need to go for countouts, low blows.
He's the enforcer of the group.
Yes, but like in his clown aura of he is 7'4", 600 pounds, so attempting to punch him would break your hand, and that seems clownly to me.
It would be a very funny joke, to say the least.
Yes. Yeah, and then you have Ilya, his style, his ability to flip like so many times over and over again. Like that's, dare I say, TFR is starting to catch on to the superiority of the AEW style. But
you can see it. You can see it. I'm glad I'm not the only one that thinks this, but you can see it happening live.
Yeah.
The AEW-ification.
Yeah.
Seraph is Seraph. Who cares? He had that one stint as the lock that drew, and it's just been a downhill bike, a downhill wheel.
Did it draw, or was it on periods of the show that were hot, so he felt kind of hot by association? Because like when you go back, what has Seraph actually done to draw a dime in this business?
You're putting me on the spot.
He's got a hot wife. Like his
he
wife
does have a very hot wife.
Solid, 740 out of 10. But
holy shit! The big guy himself, Armstrong, 30 gifted subs.
Hashtag hungry. You know what?
You may be blacklisted, but that was such a nice donation. Thank you so much, Armstrong.
When he made that post about that I was scum and that I was an absolute danger to the business, that broke my heart. But seeing those 30 gifted subs, he's
reformed. He might be reforming. We could see him in the ring again in AEW perhaps within 2 years if he really is reforming.
If the big guy wanted to dethrone Pegasus, there's storytelling there. Like Pegasus and Armstrong, they've had some world title clashes before. We could go back to that. We could usher in a new era of the big guy. And if he beats Pegasus, then that's just cost of business, baby.
Of course, he could still end up being a bigot. A very not cool person, but we don't know.
Well,
we don't know.
Yeah. If you don't check his Twitter, which I'm just gonna blacklist everything. But if you compare the two, there's just look at Seraph and look at the big guy. Like Seraph he does not have.
Oh, I would absolutely trade Seraph for Armstrong any day of the week.
Seraph, yeah.
Yeah, I said Seraph.
Seraph's legendary 1,000-day title run. Actually, that was the Gooner. Taking over Roman Reigns. Check your sources. Do your own research.
That was the Gooner. Yeah, you've got your storylines mixed up.
Yeah. But this match, Seraph out first. I don't even know why you have to put him in. I would have been offended if he wasn't eliminated first, but I was still disappointed when he was out first because it was like, why was he here?
Well, he was here to be the fourth man in a four-way. To put it as bluntly as possible.
But wouldn't you rather just have a three-way and then not have Seraph in it?
I would, but I guess maybe Mod needed the match to look a little more exciting on paper. I don't know. But I haven't been in the business for a bit now, for at least a few years, so I couldn't tell you what was going on through his mind.
Yeah. Ilya, he didn't feel like a third wheel because at some points he and those combination spots on pot, it felt like Jackman needed Ilya to be there for him to stand a chance of beating Pot in a match like this because
yes,
those there's no escape. You can't roll out to the ring, take a breather. He's going to be on you. So
yes.
So having Ilya, delivering those, flipping drop kicks, combination attacks, that kind of melded the story into Jackman can beat him 1v1 after he's come out damaged from this four-way altercation. So I'm interested to see if Jackman can keep his momentum going. This is someone who's not held the world title before. Some would argue was held down by just the aura of Pegasus, but we could have gotten Pot versus Hisoka, rematch redemption for that 5-minute match, 3-minute. What happened there? But
I don't even know what happened there. I can't even remember that match, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Hisoka beat the shit out of Pot. It was I don't think he hit. I don't think
it does sound familiar when you say that.
Yeah, no, Hisoka. We should have known he was gonna get that world title when that happened because he destroyed Pot. It wasn't even close. But Jackman, I don't think I wouldn't bet on him to take the title from Hisoka right now. Maybe if like some kind of stipulation got
in the
involved.
future, for sure. But not, I think it's too early for him right now. Even though my pants do come off when he comes out, it's too early.
Bungee gum glues them back on. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah. And next up, we had Tough Enough. It felt off without Mechazawa. Like we've lost.
The stigma there was absolutely like hanging over the aura and the balance of the actual Tough Enough segment.
And because like Ricky Kamshata, we liked him. We were cheering for the kid. I didn't put my heart out on a line for Ricky like I did with Mechazawa. And in this challenge, I don't know why, but there's just something about Mechazawa that makes me feel like he would have succeeded in like a wing eating contest, or like a spicy mapo tofu contest.
Oh yeah.
So to see him removed like that, I don't know. Like he seems like a guy who can handle his extra spicy. He's not like very mild for white people.
No. You have to figure that someone as bland as him, as relatable, he's got to have some kind of secret. And if Mechazawa was there, I think that's when his secret would be revealed. His ultimate secret. There is no greater secret about his life than that he is a very, very good spicy tofu eater.
You think maybe he's Mexican? Maybe, but God.
He's definitely got a Japanese name, but
Mexicanzawa, like who knows?
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't want to make any assumptions. That would be pretty chuddy if I did that.
Yeah, but
let's talk about the elephant in the room. Oh, sorry. Go on. No, I think you were about to get to it.
No, I think that. Like I have my thoughts on everyone, but like the elephant in the room is something that like we need to just get right into. So I'll let you take that
one. Well, now that I think about it, maybe it's not what you thought it was, but the elephant in the room for me is the absolute fucking state of Boogie Woogie Woo in that competition. It's like he wasn't even trying.
This is a guy who developed an undefeated streak that was worth talking about. Those wings absolutely defeated him.
Yes, it was tofu.
Yeah, tofu wing. Yeah, I my sources told me, in terms of consuming tofu, they had to put it on wings. Some extra spicy, but they could have been eating white rice. Well, not because he's Boogie Woogie Woo. I was trying to think of something. I'm not trying to say like he eats rice for any reason or another, but
Yes.
He did not succeed.
He did not succeed. He was number one for, I want to say, the entire stint and duration of Tough Enough. And it's entirely possible that he let that go to his head. Just absolutely did not try in this one.
Because like Tough Enough is not just a contest of like who's the best wrestler. Because like we can sit down and realize that's Reyes and he was eliminated. So like you got to have charisma, you got to have like versatility. Like how does that build into your gimmick? And that's how you're going to succeed in TFR. So and you look at someone like Sam Flam. I got to be honest, with Mechazawa gone, I think Sam Flam is my pick. Like this is my guy now.
He does have charisma. He does have charisma.
He's got a gimmick, prepackaged. It fits with him.
He's got a great mentor in George as well.
Oh yeah, like easily the best mentor relationship. Like I could see those two going for the tag titles. That's a finale tier match. Those two. And, depending on how Jackman goes against Hisoka, I could see Jackman versus Sam Flam being like a whole program on its own. But he's got a look. He's not the tallest, but these are young guys. He just brings something to the table that I don't think the rest of the guys can compete with right now. Mechazawa,
especially not who got eliminated. We have to talk about who got eliminated, and he was a fan favorite, especially in the Latin areas of the world, Latinx areas of the world. Excuse me. But But if you're a young, promising upstart, you've got to show up to every competition, and Koga did not.
Well, the thing is, Koga doesn't really need this. He's a shooter. Okay, like he can just go to like Bellator and like fight real people.
He could,
like,
but
he doesn't need this. Yeah, but
he could.
I think he was intrigued to see where this could go for him as an opportunity to kind of like blend between, the same way that guys like Reiji and Reen have in the past, but he does not have the same natural talent as these guys. He's like 6'4". He's a big guy. He's not light on his feet in terms of like running the ropes or like the fundamentals. He can flip if he actually wants to kick. He's a striker based style, but I don't know if he's got the same like energy to succeed in the wrestling.
No, I think he definitely has the energy for something, but I don't think it's wrestling.
And I genuinely hope that that energy is not for his disgusting promo that we will not repeat today. Like,
we will absolutely not repeat that. That was probably one of the worst. But that's a story for another time.
No, we're not even going to talk about that. No. We're going to talk about Fargoth being utterly incapable of replacing Mekazawa in our hearts. But we can still give him a chance, see where that goes.
We need to see more Fargoth. Obviously, he's never going to step out of the Mekazawa shadow, right?
That's the thing. Like, all he can do is try, but there's only so much you can do to try to replace like the ultimate everyman to us.
Yes.
And speaking of everyman, this wasn't the best match of the night. I feel like this was the most like emotionally invested I got tonight. Wayne's world title defense against Hisoka. He was unsuccessful. Let's talk about this.
Let's talk about this because I know you have a lot of strong opinions on this one.
When I look at Hisoka, I see consistency in devilishness. This is a guy, he comes out and like people put down their phones to boo. Wow, I cannot believe the clowns are winning again. Unprepared AIs cannot possibly hope to overcome his Bungie world. But, Wayne was not someone I had ever penciled in as a world champion. And he proved me wrong in more ways than one. This world championship is not, this title is waiting for Pegasus to come back.
Yes.
But when I sit down and look, I see Chris Redfield, inaugural champion, 54 days, great number of days, 0 defenses, but that's okay. Loses it to Potem Kim, that's close enough. Who loses it to, Reiji, 3, top guys, and then Wayne.
Wayne is an odd man out on that list for certain.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you would not have him chiseled on that Mount Rushmore. You would put like, I can think of 10 other guys I'd rather have up there. But 50 days, 2 defenses. I see him, and I see someone who connects with the audience in a way that it's not through words, it's not through action. It's just he's got that aura of intrigue about him that people get invested in, and they took a chance on him. He got 2 defenses, and Wayne's world kind of took form, and that's kind of the perfect person to put against Bungie world of Hisoka.
Yes, it was a perfect setup. It was a perfect setup.
Yeah. So at this point, Wayne has all this momentum behind him, and Hisoka absolutely dominated him in this match. Not in the same degree as Pod. He got some hits in there. I believe he hit 2 Bombo Genesis. Got a slap in there, a couple near falls, 2.5s. But Hisoka predominantly in control of this match. And
good amount of fake finishes in this match.
Yeah, because and the thing is, it wasn't back and forth. It was a long stint of Hisoka just like dominating, and you're thinking, this is it. Like, Wayne isn't even going to get back in this match. It was like Rocky 3. Like John Moxley, my favorite wrestler. Yeah. You think he's done? He's done. Yeah, but when Wayne brings it back and he keeps it going, you're like, oh, this is where he brings it back, and then the rope break. That's the heartbreak moment that I think is going to take Wayne even higher than he was with the World Championship, which doesn't seem possible.
I like that rope break moment because it kind of had a little bit of telegraph to it. Wayne hits his finisher, does not cover, and that allows Hisoka to roll a little bit before Wayne can go for the pin. It's great.
Subtle movements, rubber
Yes.
and gum-esque. And,
yes.
you know,
you get it.
And you want to tell yourself, how hard is it to just drag him away? This is someone who's gotten his ass beat for the majority of the match. He's out on his feet. He doesn't know where he is. He's going move to move. He hits his best shot, and that rope is right there, and he can't believe it. And at that point, like we knew it was over, but we didn't want it to be. It was like, no, he can come back.
We knew it was over, but we wanted to hope.
And I see that hope as a way to kind of keep Wayne going now, because
he was not buried by this finish. Because a lot of TFR champions, not all of them, but a lot of them do get buried when they lose the championship.
Especially a title like this, like I said, does not have the same legitimacy as a world championship. Doesn't have like a Ricky Bobby or Bolo Reynolds like the King of Jobbers has to like solidify. This can be a pinnacle of the show. But Wayne, you know, if he comes out next week and he says, you know, I'm not done with Hisoka no matter what happens with Jackman, I think that's a way to keep a world champion on top as a main eventer. And that's not always guaranteed.
They're doing it well. That's the generalization of what I think of Wayne in TFR. They're doing it well.
Yeah, and this is someone who's been around for such a long time and he never really did anything wrong. You know, like I can't think of a bad, you know, Wayne match, but
no, it's someone who's been around for a while and he's finally gotten his due.
Exactly,
and now he's gonna have to rebuild.
But this is just the beginning. Like this feels
like the beginning.
So we'll keep our eye on Wayne, and as we move from Wayne, horrible, just shameful downfall. Let's talk about AEW.
Let's do that, but first we do have another super chat from Sora Ross Sapp.
Yes.
It's a $5 super chat. Thank you very much. He says, "What's the rundown on Gregson after his elimination last week from Tough Enough?"
Gregson's elimination, it surprised me in the sense that like this is a guy who managed to, you know, keep it going against Jingu in a submission match, and no one else, you know, from that Tatsuya kid, you know, people say like, oh, he's it's almost like he's been wrestling for years. Like, I don't really see it like that. I think he still needs to.
No, I think he looks green. He looks brilliant, but he still looks green.
That's the thing. Like,
you can tell.
You know, it's like watching someone, you know, do Shawn Michaels moves, but he's not Shawn Michaels. It's like, yeah, like it flows well, but like it's hollow.
But you're not him. Not yet.
He's not him.
But you're not him.
Tatsuya is not him. He's not him.
No.
So when I look at Tatsuya, and I look at,
but not yet.
Oh yeah, like his ability to do any of this is already like he's years ahead of his time. But you know, that time is, you know, it's getting, the window's closing, and he hasn't kicked it into second gear yet. So I'm still waiting for that. But you know, Gregson's someone who, you know, wise beyond his years. You know, the way he moves in the ring and like the way he's able to sequence with these veterans, it feels like he's been wrestling like 50 years, which doesn't seem possible for someone his age.
I feel like his wrestling style does remind me of someone from the old BCW, but I can't quite put my name on it right now. I'm sure it's nothing. I think.
I don't know. Maybe like maybe Apollo. No.
Let's just move on. We can be here all night if we try to think about this.
Yeah, thinking about Apollo just makes me sad. So,
but that's the rundown on Gregson. So thank you, Sora Rossat.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll be here next week for that inside interview into Amakusa's Candy Powder. Speaking of which, AEW, we had Hunk issuing an open challenge, which feels like an oxymoron statement in terms of like, who doesn't want to wrestle Hunk right now, you know?
Yeah, no, I'm surprised the entire AEW roster didn't come sprinting down that ramp when he
exactly let them fight for the opportunity to even get in the ring with Hunk.
That would be a pretty good match type, though. You have the champion in the ring, and then everyone else who fight each other to be the first one to get into the ring.
Oh yeah, Hunk Eliminator. Thank you very much. And we got we did not get that. We got
Green Knight. We did not. We instead got the Green Knight.
The Green Knight. I gotta say, this is. Hunk had a good match, which is like saying, the grass is growing, the birds are flying.
The grass is green, similar to how the Green Knight looked in that match.
Green. I mean, like he seems to have some. Like he had a spear, not like like Eugene Chad, great kid, wonderful athlete. When he hits a spear, I don't feel like 130 pounds is enough to really convey a spear the same way that Green Knight's able to. But like getting in the ring with Hunk, it kind of felt like the perfectly average Hunk match. You had that marquee momentum, chaining those strikes, getting those grapples in. We saw extraction kicks into a Hunk line later on, which is something I always look forward to. Just a combination of I haven't hit this move in a while. Now's a good time to bring it out. So that looked good,
and it still looks good to this day too.
Exactly, because like it is 3 super kicks in the corner, but like his ability to, like the momentum he gets behind him, the form on the kicks.
It's got a story behind it too.
Oh yeah, like extraction kicks, like 1, 2, 3. Like 3 extractions, 3 members of the USS, 3 sides of Umbrella.
It's a visual plea for sure. My favorite thing is better than your favorite thing.
Exactly.
AEW and is absolutely better than your favorite thing.
And my favorite thing in this match was Hunk.
Yes.
As usual. But
by far.
Yeah, so Green Knight, I could see him like in a scaffold match, maybe like 5th man, going out there, banging it up with White Glint. But, besides that, Hunk made Hunk look good, and Hunk made Green Knight look not as bad as he was before.
It had to have been a real honor for Green Knight to be in the ring with Hunk for his debut.
Okay.
Maybe it'll be a lasting impact on this new talent, this new toy,
and
if you will.
And with so many indie, I've heard rumors that like in his home promotion, he actually has a whole stable of Knight. There's Red Knight, Blue Knight, Pink Knight, Orange Knight, some guy called Industrialist. Lots of opportunities to take this further, but Hunk was the perfect, foot in the door for the Green Knight.
Yes. And if Green Knight were to leave an Impact, here's a question I'm going to pose to you. If the Green Knight were to leave an Impact from this match and maybe any possible future debuts, or not debuts, but any possible future matches on AEW, do you think that door opens for his stable to come in as well?
I think this could be just the beginning. Like, as far as we know, Green Knight could be the worst character of his stable, maybe because of some random, combo extender that just happens to not hit as well, Maybe Red Knight is someone on par with, like, a Eugene Chad or, Steve Burnside, and we just don't know, because, the indies are just...
I don't know, because from what I've heard, the I think they're called the Castle Crashers. From what I've heard, they're part of a Fed-affiliated indie company, and I don't quite watch those, so...
Really? I mean, I know indies are trying to, the less honorable indies who don't, sell their merchandising rights to Amakusa are trying to get into the Fed, for something called a TV deal, who needs that? But, Green Knight, this could be like the olive branch of, the Castle Crashers getting ready to work into AEW. So,
yes,
I'd keep my eye on that. Who knows? This could be like a stable to rival the USS or, the Pillars in some way or another. So, a great introduction match. Always happy to see Hunk. Always good to see Hunk have a Hunk match.
And go on. I'm sure you're going to say what I was going to say.
I'm wondering why they had an opener and then, it was just 40 minutes of nothing happening on AEW television, as at the same time we had an incident involving a Forbidden Door with Arsuid and Harry Dubois, Ichiban and his party affiliation. Let's talk about that next.
Let's talk about that. We do have a bunch of super chats, but I want to leave that until after this because this is a pretty good one. This is a pretty big one.
Like I said, like I still have yet to decide on what I think the best match of the night was. I think we've got some good contenders, but in terms of like, the climax of the action, I think this is it.
For sure.
Like
this match had such a story to it.
You want to talk about Forbidden Door? There are 2 types of Forbidden Doors. the dream match that you have been thinking about every day since these two wrestlers popped into your head, like their style, their mannerisms, like their ability to interact with each other.
Like
that would be a dream match.
Yeah.
You know, like I could think of like 100 dream matches, like right off the top of my head. But the real Forbidden Door is the things you'd never expected to see in a million years that you didn't know you wanted until you got them.
And this was one of those.
What arguably the most consistently successful woman of G1 against a recently traitorous Harrier Dubois. Who could have possibly expected this?
But before we even talk about the match, we have to talk about, you know, the story of Arc.
Oh, of course.
Because I'm just going to shorten it because I don't know how to pronounce it that well. I'm just going to be straight. Yeah. Nothing against her.
Argued. Yeah, I would like to put something against her. You know,
another elephant in the room.
But yeah.
Another elephant in the room is we all know that Arc already had a stint in TFR some time ago, and we all remember that. As much as we don't want to, we all remember.
Can we talk about the fake Arc suit incident? Can we fake Arc because Op still needs to officially apologize for what he. Because fake Arc. It's how dare you? How dare you?
The fact that she's G1, even back,
like I would have slapped him.
Yeah,
I would have, you know, like if Dr. Martha Hart came back to the WWE tomorrow, I would be less surprised than Arc coming back to TFR. Just the level of desecration that they did to her. And she showed them exactly what, you know, TFR Arc was missing, which is, you know, quality, you know, attractiveness, hair, a human face. She did have a cat. She did have a cat with her. But you know, right off the bat, I gotta be honest. When I first turned this on,
dude, I would fuck Arc so hard,
bro. I think the moment I realized this match, at this point, I was fading. I was looking for reasons to turn this match off, and they wouldn't give it to me because at some point through the match, Arc breaks a barricade with her fat marshmallow ass, and I think that's the moment that we need to sit down and analyze frame by frame. But unfortunately, we don't have the time to do that, so we'll just take it from there.
I do have an insider that may or may not have access to different shots of you know, the live feed.
Okay, I'm gonna need you to send those to me. AI upscaled in a folder on a USB drive. Please don't drop them in the bathroom like some Anthony Birch. But anyway, wait, no, it wasn't Anthony Birch. It was
Randy Pitchford.
It was Randy Pitchford.
And his USB of magic. Yeah, but that's not wrestling. We don't talk about that.
Yeah, we can't talk about that.
So
I would love to talk about this match war. Harry is a very, very bold decision to turn what has essentially been, you know, dead weight heel, because this is a guy, you know, Ichiban lost his entire party saving Harry, and now he's turned on him. Like that's gotta be its own kind of heat in terms of, like, if you do an escort mission in a video game and like you get them to the end and it's a boss fight, that makes you mad because, like, I could have killed you, I could have dropped you like a bad habit anytime, and now you've betrayed me. I can't even think of like how angry that would make me feel.
But it's also very season 5-esque. It's very despair, Chad. You know, going back, it could have been a plea to that. You know, with just the nonstop betrayal and despair. This is something you never saw coming.
Through it. No, absolutely not. And like in the setup of this, Ichiban, I'm sure he wanted to like get into the ring and wrestle Harriet. Is his name Harriet now?
No.
It's Harry now. It's Harriet. Harriet.
No, it's Harrier Dubois.
Harrier Dubois. Ah, okay. I'm sure he wanted to get in that ring and wrestle a wrestling match with his wrestling friend, wrestling him in that wrestling match, you know. But the brutal, you know, chair-based torture. I don't know how they showed that on television. They could have gotten thrown off the air for that.
It broke new ground.
It
really
broke
pushed
his
the
ass.
rating. Not the Nielsen rating, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, we'll have to change the scale around for that. Like the Muda scale. No, we have the chair scale now. But Ichiban, we wanted to see that, and now we have a reason why, a very practical reason why he couldn't get in there and try to wrestle some sense into his friend. And of all the people who could have subbed into that, they could have gone with Yakuo. I think that's his name. The guy who looks like he's slowly decomposing.
Okay, it's a good way to say it. I'm not going to comment.
But like he could have stepped in there, or like I like Waka. I don't know where Waka is. I don't know why she's still wearing clothes. But Arc seemed like you could not have picked a better choice because no one would have ever thought to pick Arc, and it worked so well.
It worked so well.
They beat the crap out of each other. Her hair was flying all over the place, and that's how you know that she's taking this seriously. Like I've seen the wars and SSS and G1, against Alco.
I saw her stints in the Tsukihime, the Fed in the 2000s. Whenever it's just like Finn Balor in the WWE, he goes demon mode with the hair that she had. Yeah. That's like her serious mode. It's like the demon mode for Finn Balor.
Yeah, and you could see there in the match, like Harrier was taking her there because they fought all over the arena. They beat the crap. She got bloody. That doesn't happen. And it happened early, so it's not like I said, there were times where I felt like I couldn't take it anymore. I was about to tap out, and then something would happen and would just snap me back right in. I was like, I need to stay up with this.
Yes.
So
when she got bloody,
gets blooded early on.
When she gets bloody, that's insane to me because I could be wrong, but the last time she ever got bloody was when a certain individual shot on her back in 2000. Just a complete shoot backstage. There was blood everywhere.
The stories about that, I still have people who won't talk to me after going over that story with them. It's traumatizing, and that kind of evoked that same feeling. That's going to be on our new chair scale. In terms of the blood that was shed, but that the barricade broke with her incredibly tight and rotund ass on the barricade, and they just took it from there. They took it up a notch. I thought because sometimes you go into arena brawling and it just seems like a way to kind of slow it down, trade blows, kind of gesture. You want some more? This was
another death match.
They were going from one into the arena and the other in 2 minutes, and
in fact, it got to a point where they were both visibly gassed. Harrier was in the crowd, Arc on the ramp, and they were just staring each other down, taking their breaths. I would not be surprised if it was a real fight and not just a match.
I know, because they weren't doing rope runs, drop down leapfrog, double rotation moves. They were just brawling and trying to keep breathing, Ippo style, just keep it going, and they could not get it together. They were down there for 5 minutes.
There was a whole segment of the match where he was just beating the shit out of her, just punching her repeatedly.
Oh yeah.
It was very reminiscent of Steve Austin and Deborah. That's could be a visual plea to that.
He could have said, "Fuck you, Ichiban," drink beer, raise some hell, and beat Arc. Oh hell yeah!
What? Hell yeah! I don't know if you have anything more to say about this match, or.
Well, I'm saying this is only halftime.
It is halftime. It is actually quite literally halftime according to our notes.
Yeah, I was this is the halfway match. This is halftime of the halfway match. So this is double halftime. Dare I say full time? But after they ungassed
full life consequences.
$5 super chat. My sources are saying that this fight wasn't scripted. What are your thoughts on this? I think you need to send your sources to me immediately. I'll take Gmail, on Cloud, LinkedIn. I'm going to need those sources immediately. Get back to me on that. But what I want to source is how Arc managed to not pass out. When she started screaming and her hair going everywhere, I thought she was.
That was visceral, a very visceral moment, and I wouldn't be surprised if it actually was a shoot fight.
Because and then like you think like, oh, they've been shooting at each other, this is about to end. That's when they popped back in the ring and started really going at it.
Just an absolutely brilliant way to sell, like, just such a high stakes emotional match. Brilliantly done. Brilliantly done.
And I think that's what they needed to like make this match work. Because if it had just been a normal match, we all knew Arc was going to win because Arc always wins low.
Yes.
And Harriet didn't need this win. I think fans kind of needed to see him, take that L after betraying Ichiban. So I don't know.
But the question is, where does the story go? I hate to be a downer about this, but it was an amazing match. Where does the Ichiban story go? They're breaking out of jail again. Billy and who else was there?
I don't know how we're going to be able to emotionally move on from Billy Cohen and Seijima being trapped in prison.
That's right.
That's just such an incomprehensible concept to me.
It's sad, but it's happened already. I think they're repeating storylines here, and maybe now it's different now that we have new party members. But as of that, it was a great match. It made me #hungry, and it did not deliver at the end, in my opinion.
Yeah, I am hungry for Waka, like specifically.
There's also Waka. That plot point didn't get resolved. I mean, it'll probably be resolved in the future, but as of right now, they mentioned that she's not there, and it's off to AEW again after that.
And I think it's okay to like leave a little bit of intrigue. You don't want to give the goose away after having such like a huge, ball busting match. Like I said, might be match of the night. I'm gonna have to sit down and like decide which one it is.
It's a contender.
I think it's contender 1 of 2 right now. I'm gonna have to get into what I think the second one is later, but right now that's the favorite for me. And in some ways, I think we could not have gotten a better piss break than Alucard versus Rance.
We will go over that in a second because we have a bunch of super chats to go over. I'll start here with a super chat that
if they're paying their money. Yeah,
they are paying their money. They deserve to know.
Exactly.
There's one that we missed from Sora Ross Sapp earlier. $1992. Thank you, Sora. $19.92 rather. Sora the Savior. Sora Ross Sapp says, I've been hearing rumors that Sam was told to lay down for Caius when he was originally meant to go over his original opponent. Any truth to these rumors?
I mean, to suggest that someone would lie down rather than having, a 5-star banger, you couldn't pay me. You could kill my entire family, and I would still say you won't make me go out there and give less than the most banger I can possibly give.
Yes.
So
I have to agree with that sentiment.
When you put allegations like that out there, you're going to need a source. Like I said, if you have any sources inside the industry, please send them to me right now. I need them, like now. But Sam's he's not a student of the game. He's someone who they're breaking in, but he's not like that.
No, I don't think there's anything to talk about there. No.
Yeah, no.
Up next, we have a 10-cent super chat from Vicious. Thoughts on the Kirigiri town bike allegations?
Oh, we talked about the difference between allegations and facts earlier, and we can all say for certainty that is a fact. Like that's, I can go on Google right now and just search Kirigiri, and I will see a picture of her being ridden like a goddamn dirt bike. So, 10 cents. We don't need to talk about this anymore. We all know what's going on here. Let's keep it going.
We can't talk about this for 1 second because one of the most absolutely depressing things is that I did that right now. Top of the list, Saira is there. Unbelievable. She really is a town bike. The absolute state of OP.
Yeah.
Next we have a $20 super chat. Grim indeed. Next we have a $20 super chat from Vegeta Bros. Do you think the AEW males... Or do you think that AEW males will become a large stable in the future?
God, I really fucking hope not. I'm sorry. I don't want to. I don't want to talk about anything else.
Well, I'm not going to comment. I think Purd speaks for itself. Next is a $5 super chat from Blaz47. Thoughts on the rumors of backstage heat between Battler and Saihara? This is a pretty spicy one.
I mean, like, who can really have heat with Battler that can't be just described as like, well, I mean, like, God, I wish that were me, you know, because like you look at Battler and like what he's able to accomplish in like at this point in his career, and it's just, you know, knocking out of the park every single time, arguably doing the best work of his career this late in. And if you have heat with him, you know, that's like saying, you know, you have heat with like, you know, the world champion because, you know, I'm not him. So
yes,
you know, but like to say like, already like you've got me questioning that, but to say that it's heat with Saihara, no way.
Especially, you know, two former tag team partners.
Absolutely not. Like
at least in the previous seasons, and not in.
Oh yeah, yeah. They know the score. And Saihara, I don't think he could get heat with someone if they were on fire. You know.
Yeah. Up next is a $10 super chat from Al Freakster. Any new toys Amakusa got on his list? We need more yummy bangers.
If you want to talk about a list of Amakusa's new toys, how much time do you have in your life? Because we could talk about that forever.
We could dedicate that to an entirely exclusive, its own episode of a podcast.
I have to tell my sources to stop telling me about the number of new toys because it encompasses everything they tell me now.
I can vouch for that. I see his emails when he's working in his room full of paper and discarded magazines.
Yeah,
it's filled to the brim.
Yeah. Like community creations, that's you know, on his emails, you know, it's CC'd as that. You can look through there. That's his toy catalog. That's what he's working with, and we could sit down there and go through every single one of those, and by the time we were done, he would have doubled the list.
Another $10 super chat from Vegeta Bros. Thank you, Vegeta. What do you think of Arcade Bumtickle's hair during that fight?
Arcstick Bumfuck's hair. I think, like I said, we said earlier, it was a visual plea to like her ability to take this match seriously, and like, you know, I may or may not have had thoughts of, you know, viciously grasping that hair, you know, from behind her in a compromising position, but that's all I got to say about that.
Yeah, I think what has been said by Alucard Turkey Handle about her hair, I think it's been said already. So I mean, exactly. Thank you for the money, but really, you shouldn't spend money on questions like that.
Is that a Fredo Frog super chat?
What the? Yeah, it is. Here, I'll let you read it.
Okay. I'd like a donor and chicken tikka kebab, please. Well, I don't know if we're going to be able to get that to you, but for a Fredo Frog super chat, we're going to make it work. Niran Le Mariki, and we're going to get that to you ASAP. See me after the show. Thank you very much for the super chat.
Thank you again. Now we have a $50 super chat from Al Freakster.
Wow, there we go.
Thank you very much, Al. That was very generous. Arc versus Waka in a bra and panties match? When?
Yesterday. It should have happened yesterday for the whole show. I don't know why they didn't do that, but, you know, do better.
Do better. Absolutely. We need to empower those women by letting them wrestle in their underwear.
Exactly. You know, like if they want to make out and, you know, touch tits during the middle of the match, I think that there's nothing more empowering than Toni Storm versus Arc versus Waka. Anyway, keep going.
We have a $19 Fortnite card from Niron Lemedidb. Have you ever taken a piss and was impressed by the power of your jet? That's a troll question.
I mean, you don't have to answer that. You guys don't do that? You guys don't do that?
I mean, you really didn't have to answer that. That was a troll question.
But you guys don't do that.
A $5 super chat from Gallon Jack.
Yeah.
My sources are saying that this fight wasn't scripted. I think he was talking about. This is so far ago. This is so long ago. I don't know if he's talking about Caius or if he was talking about Arc.
I think it was Arc because, you know, I see like the Deborah comparison was made.
Yes.
sometimes before a match, you have two guys who go out there and say, you know, I'm a professional, I'm a shooter. You're a professional, you're a shooter. We're gonna go out there and we're gonna make it stiff and we're gonna make it look good. If during the middle of the match, you know, someone takes it too far, you'll have someone there with a receipt to say like, hey, slow down. That can happen at any time, but I don't think like anyone would ever send two wrestlers out there who aren't going to be, you know, cooperating on the same page.
Sorry, I choked up here for a second. Our next super chat, we have a $0 super chat from Fathead. Is it true?
Afraid so.
I would say yes.
I'm afraid so.
Now we have OP with a subscription plus to Wrestling Observer Rumble, asking any truth to the rumors about Huston joining AEW. I just saw that guy's look, and I think he's got it.
Huston, I think, you know, having a tribute act to someone as iconic as Saihara, you know, you got to bring something else to the table. I'm not saying it can't work, but, you know, of the 8,602 toys Amakusa has at his disposal, you know, maybe Huston is like only like the bottom half of that list.
He's there for sure.
Oh, and they're all there. Everyone's there.
Yes, there. Everyone's there. Everyone is here. We have Thank you again, OP. We have the number 8.8. Not even, he didn't even send money. It's just the number 8.8 from Pyro Wikiman. Comments on repeated poor reception of Hayes' numerous debuts. Do you even know who that is? I'm not saying that I don't. I'm asking you if you know who that is.
I obviously know who that is. Like, do you know who that is?
I'm just making sure, because it seems like no one else does.
No, I know who that is. You know who that is. Like, we don't even need to talk about it anymore. I think we can just move on. Thanks for the money, by the way.
Well, hold on. Okay, we were just about to move on, but we do have one more super chat, and then no more. We'll go to super chats later. We have a $5 super chat from Sora Rossap. I see Ryuki has a new look. I think it suits him more than whatever the fuck he had prior. Your thoughts?
I mean, Ryuki has this like bad habit of like morphing into an amorphous shadow blob, you know, demonic creature. So his look could be whatever it wants to be any week. So, you know, I'm always on the lookout for that. But if he's willing to, you know, spice it up to, you know, follow in the footsteps of Pegasus and Erwin, you know, God forbid someone try something new.
Okay, there's more super chats, but we got to move on with the show. We'll go to those later. Please keep donating super chats if you want to, but we need to move on with the show.
Please, like, even if your questions get read, keep donating.
Yes.
Please.
Yes. All right. Where were we? We just finished the. Oh no, we were on rants.
Alucard versus rants. We sure were. Wow. You want to talk about Fed stink, you know, it's always a risk putting two TFR guys in the ring in AEW because, you know, they might just revert back to, you know, their previous qualities, which, you know,
instinctually.
Like, you look at Hunk, sometimes it works. This was not an example of it working. I almost want to go straight to the finish because like they just did not do anything of note until then.
No. I wouldn't be, I would not fault you if we just went right to the finish. It was not a good match. So, I'm going to be honest.
Rance knocks Alucard into the outside barrier, and he gets counted out. And this was supposed to be the match to lead to, you know, a progression of the feud between the two stables, or like the sense that like they are not in a stable,
right?
So. I don't know if that accomplished that. Maybe this was the point to like make us really unhappy and not want to see this match again, and then give it to us again. So, you know, bravo.
Well, they succeeded in the make me not happy part. I can give you that.
Oh, absolutely. Like, if that was the point, then then I'm changing my whole tone. Bravo, you have absolutely maybe not want to watch this match again. But, you know, if that's the point, to then, you know, give us this match, but for real this time with stipulation change. You know, maybe this was the way to do it. Feels like it absolutely was not. So I will say it's interesting that they even went for a DQ in AEW where now these fans are paying to see, you know, 30-minute bangers minimum. So to have a match where, you know, they don't wrestle for like even if it's a double count out, then they can shake hands and hug and go on social media and talk about what a great match that. Someone winning
and how much they
on a
love to
count
wrestle
out.
the other wrestler.
Oh yeah, but in a count out, like you're not wrestling anymore. So what are you even doing?
Not only that, but it's just both parties here just absolutely got buried, right? You have the silent badass Alucard who is hiding in the crowd for countout, and then you have a guy like Rance with his his aggression and his speed. He's just also going to take the countout.
You call it speed. I call it like rushing to make a mistake. But like I'm not a fan of Rance. I'll be honest. Like Rance does not do it for me. But like, even in TFR,
really,
like, people were talking about oh, this guy, they're sleeping on him. I've seen his personality. His ability to like do something that I don't know if I can say on the air. But Rance, I didn't see it. And now I really see that he does not have it. So if he wants to change it up, he's going to have the
Nickelodeon guts.
He does not.
And not much to say about that
Alucard, it seems like he was running away from the banger on purpose. Could be that maybe he realized, I can't even have a banger with Rance, which in AEW is like, that's what you're there for. So maybe he knows something we don't.
Maybe there's there might be some kind of backstage drama happening.
Yeah. We do have. Sorry, go on.
Well, I was going to go to the next segment. Speaking of possible backstage drama, we do have Nero kind of having this moment of doubt, this seeds of doubt being planted in his head. This is kind of teased last week, but we see a little bit more of it this week. Why don't you take us through that?
I don't think you could have chosen a better person than Hiroshi Tanahashi for this because, as an ace, as a former ace, and now someone who's taking a leadership role, I could not think of someone more qualified and more, ready to deal with Amakusa on a day-to-day basis. Expanding that forbidden door, and to have him be the one to tell Nero, maybe you don't love wrestling. Maybe you don't love wrestling wrestlers in that wrestling ring every week. Because, I think Nero's improved a lot, but, I don't think he's improving his ability to, love wrestling.
Right. I have nothing more to say. I think you got it on that.
We'll get into his match later. I think it was a high point in some ways, maybe a low point in others, which is sometimes that does happen. But we'll get into Nero later. But this was definitely setting the scenes for more Forbidden Door, more bangers, dream matches. But this was a good break on the card to lead into Raze versus Tim was
it was a match.
It was, wasn't it?
Can we talk about Tim? Do you think we're at that point in society where we can talk about Tim, or do you think we are not mature enough as a species to talk about Tim?
I don't think Tim is ready to accept who Tim is at this point. I can imagine Tim, sitting down at home in a dark room, crying on a computer screen when faced with his criticisms, and I want to sympathize with him, but I also want to look down and say there ain't no point to the game.
There just ain't no point to the game, and that's what I felt watching this match with Raze and Tim. Ain't no point to it.
Because Raze can do a lot of moves. He sure can do a lot of moves.
He's got it. Raze does got it. I don't think it's a problem with him.
I think he needs to be controlled. I don't tell his dad. I said that he funds my my channel, but he certainly tries hard. And Tim, I don't think he was trying. And
no.
The finish, like God, give me a minute here.
Yeah, let me look over that finish too.
Yeah, like
just editor, pull up the finish, please. Don't actually.
Jamie, if you see here, Tim, he got to finish a reverser in there, not always expected, but Ray's, he's doing moves. I see him, he's doing moves, doing middle rope splashes, Tim's going up top, and then Ray's going up top, and then Tim's going up top, and then Ray's going up top, and then kick out at one. This is like 20 minutes in the match at this point, so obviously we're going down the right pace, but there's just something missing in the sense that when Ray's he hits his finish in the middle of the ring, and Tim doesn't kick out,
and then he hits this finish again.
Yeah,
Rays does. He immediately hits another Rays Nation. Part of me is thinking, whether intentional or not, it was supposed to end on the first one.
That's the thing, because Rays Nation is one of the moves of all time.
Completely.
It is a move that is categorized as a finisher, which is a move that occurs near the end of the match usually, and that's all I'm at liberty to talk about in terms of Rays Nation. But Tim just he didn't have it tonight.
Did not have the Nickelodeon guts.
He did not.
We can move on from this, right? We don't have to talk about Tim anymore.
I would prefer if we didn't talk about this one.
There's so much more I could complain about Tim for so long, but we have a show to run. The gist of it is that I'm just gonna say this. Let me say my piece here, and then we can move on.
Yeah.
You have Battler in AEW, right? And he was kind of fed stinkly. It's very much so. And he leaves on bad terms, right? He doesn't let, and I'm pretty sure that this is a shoot, right? I'm pretty sure Battler went into business for himself, would not let.
I don't think Battler. I don't think he wanted to wrestle his stablemate to begin with, because that does kind of leave the thing where it's like, I'm on my way. I've got a new contract. I've got to start from scratch, and you're still here with Nero like that supporting you up. So if I win, it looks bad on you. If you beat me, it really looks bad on me. So why are we even having this match? It kind of felt like maybe they expected him to like not put it all out there and kind of like bow out gracefully. But I just don't think that's the kind of wrestler that Battler is. So I don't think people were.
It was a poor choice. It was a poor choice. And what does AEW follow it up with? And AEW rarely takes L's, but this is a pretty big L. What does AEW follow up with Battler going into business for himself and, not letting Kaido go over and going off to G1? What do they respond with? They get a guy who looks like Battler, and it's making me like go retarded thinking about this. Like I can't formulate a sentence. How do they solve the Battler problem? They introduce an even worse wrestler. And like I said, AEW L's are not frequent, but they're big when they happen, and this is a big one.
Tim is just a massive L, like rewinding and replaying over and over and over again. Just L. And you see and Kaido wasn't on the show tonight.
Kaido was completely absent.
Like I said, I believe we should have more matches on a much longer wrestling show. So when we don't get like someone like Kaido or Rakesh on the show, it feels like, okay, well, who's in that spot instead? And it's Tim. What are we doing here?
I'm just glad the match is over.
I'm glad it's over. I'm glad the segment is over.
Unfortunately, we're out of the fire and into the frying pan, because up next we have the Learning Klyfoth.
Okay, hold on. I genuinely, I need to talk about this for a second.
Yeah.
I take a lot of pride in my ability to like analyze, a wrestler's ability in these games. I'm being serious here for a second.
You mean in these shows, right?
No, I'm being dead ass right now.
Okay, you're breaking character. You're shooting.
No, I'm serious right now. Like, so when I watch Spasmaticus have a match, and I say like, okay, like this guy does not know how to work a fucking match. He is terrible. I take a lot of pride in that. When I first saw Beltway, it was like lightning had struck the worst possible wrestler. He is, and you'll see it later. Beltway is fucking horrible at this. He does not know what the hell he is doing. He's like a sack of potatoes. Like, no, he's like 6'5", 300 pounds. He doesn't know how to move. He doesn't know how to be moved. The spike is the only thing he has going for him. He doesn't know how to do it. I say no hyperbole when I say that I believe that Beltway was the worst wrestler in the business before going into this match.
Wow.
This match. And
okay,
hold on. No, this match. No, I'm not going out of order. I'm getting somewhere with this. When I say that Beltway was the worst wrestler in the biz before I watched this match, I'm not entirely certain if Beltway is even the worst wrestler in the USS after this. That's how bad Vector really shocked me in this. What the fuck?
We don't have the face cams on right now, but my eyes are bulging out of my head. They're wide right now hearing that.
Vector, I'm someone, I've tried to like stick up for Vector. I think he's got something. He's got a look, he's got some tag team excellence. We don't need to talk about that Vitalek match, but this fucking sucked. This was not good. Soul Bad Guy. This is a G1 finalist. Okay, this guy lost to King, but this guy has this is a real.
He's got a prestigious career.
He does, and half of this match was Vector being carried by Soul, and the other half was Soul being half-heartedly carried by Vector. And then it just ends. He splash off the middle rope, not the top rope, the middle rope. 1, 2, 3.
Match ends right then and there.
What happened here?
Well, what happened, and if I had to guess, is, and this is completely off a guess, okay, so don't take this as an insider scoop, but I think whatever frustrations Hunk is having might still exist with the company. And Vector being Vector, he's kind of like Hunk's protege. He's kind of like being mentored by Hunk.
That's what you got from this. That you used to put Vector and Hunk in the same sentence after this is genuinely like
they are literally part of the same stable. I'm sorry, but that's what I feel. I think Vector is letting whatever backstage drama is happening with Hunk go to his head. And he's just kind of shooting on the company, not big leaguing the company. We don't even know if this is real, by the way. We don't know if there's real heat or not. Not Hunk, but Amakusa said there's no heat. Hunk is a great wrestler. Dante himself said Hunk was a great guy to be around backstage. But something is wrong. Let's not beat around the bush.
Something is very wrong here. Something's not right here, and. You want to talk about bottom 3 later. This is a match to watch if we're going to talk about that. I don't want to spend more time on this. It was embarrassing. I feel embarrassed having to sit down and watch this. It embarrassed the audience. It embarrassed the ownership.
Just not a good match overall. And it's paired with this currently not so great new Dante gimmick.
That's one way.
We completely skipped over that part of this match, by the way.
Yeah, we sure did, because it was very skippable. This could not have been skipped. I had to talk about this part, but Dante. What a career, What a career being. The worst version of Virgil at any possible moment. And I'm sorry, if you give me scoops, Dante, but I'm just being honest here. Is this how you want to be remembered? You jump ship, with Nero and Virgil. You're going to change the world. You've changed, all right. I didn't think it was possible to get it worse, but you really surprised me.
And that's saying a lot. As much as I like the guy, as much as I like, what he's done for the company, for both companies, he did have absolutely, and I think this unironically, one of the worst runs as TFR champion when he was in TFR out of anyone.
He's responsible for the belt's destruction.
Yes.
Like, this isn't even a question. Like, to even have him in that match is like it feels like a bad joke that we're gonna let Dante take a swing at it because because like I said, like, people think he's a nice guy, he's wacky, he brings pizza, he's never been with a girl, and I'm sure people don't know about that one, but it's true. But
and let's make sure that this is clear. Let's make sure this is clear, Dante, because we know you're a fan of the show.
I don't care if it's fan. I don't care if they're all watching. Dante, Virgil, Nero. I don't care if you're all watching right now. I'm a big fan of two of you. Yep.
Wake up call, buddy. You are not good right now. I'm just gonna say it flatly. You got to change, man. You got to change because you have been on a downward spiral, and it's painful to watch because you were one of my goats, and you are my friend.
I'm sorry to hear that because Dante was never goat for me. Like, maybe it's like the same way like a mascot is a fundamental part of the show. Like, he makes you feel like, oh, he's a part of the experience. No, he's easier to have fun. Dante has never excelled at anything, and this is excelling at being absolutely atrocious. So congratulations. Getting move on.
My internet cut out at just the right moment. Sorry about that.
Yeah, a little bit. Sorry. I'm getting a little frustrated.
I'm getting a little frustrated. I think my internet cutting out was a good thing. It made me calm down.
Yeah.
It got a little too personal with Dante. It just hurts.
Let's
move on to a white hot storyline right now.
Holy fuck! If you ask someone on the street, who's the best wrestler in the world, they're gonna say Battler.
Yes.
If you showed them, like Battler right now, you would blow their fucking minds. I didn't think he could ever get this good. To say he's killing it is like Battler's taken older Battler, killed him, cut off his skin and worn it as a trophy. The way he has transitioned that character from, face of the company already to, face of a generation. I can't get enough.
It's all thanks to the people who's around in G1, right? And not just like Shiki or Yukari. The whole company is changing him as a person for the good. If we're talking about Dante changing for the bad, Battler is absolutely changing for the best. He is just around
the best
company, and they're molding him into such a great wrestler, promo, everything. He's becoming a package, and it's been a long time coming.
He is the package. And that's why we didn't get into the content. We have Shiki, who's like somehow managing to like hang with this ever evolving Battler. So we got to give props to him and like the ability of G1 to build stars on that level. But even the women, like I said, you ask the average person who's the best wrestler in the world, Battler. You ask the average person, do you like women's wrestling? No. But like I like Yukari. I've liked Yukari.
You all know my opinion on Yukari.
Yeah, I would do things to Yukari that I would not repeat on this television program. But
we're here to talk about the show.
Yeah, we're here to talk about the segment, and fuck, we didn't even talk about Speedwagon. What a massive.
Oh yeah. I got excited when you said that. That's how great this is.
Yeah, exactly. It's Speedwagon. Like, everyone loves Speedwagon. Even Speedwagon is like dimes right now.
And it's just kind of, I don't know where you're going with this, but what I'm thinking right now is it's just a shame that, it's not looking great in Japan, like for the company. AEW is growing massive.
I mean, like, they are, like, they aren't growing from a ratings or a tickets or a general buzz or economic, portion. But in terms of like bangers, absolutely they're growing. So that's what they need to watch out for. But G1, like, they have this Young Lion program. These guys, they are out here, doing 600 Hindu squats, doing 500 neck bridges, washing 500 old man asses, and they're getting better. And to think that even like Battler was able to.
Oh, my internet is cutting out like crazy right now. I apologize.
Yes.
I think I didn't. I think the check did not clear to my internet company, my ISP.
Yeah, the check has bounced.
The check has bounced.
That's okay. Yeah, he'll be back. Give it a minute. Yeah, because I believe that Janny will find a way to talk about how great this segment was. A bit more. Come on, you can do it. In the meantime, you look at Chidori and you just see like my ability to care about a woman in wrestling going from a very flat, 0, maybe 1 if it's Elko, to like a modest 3. Just their ability to like be people. It feels like something we've never seen before. And on that note, I think Snake, Snake is someone who he's always been in TFR for a cup of coffee. He's in, he's out. He's back in G1. He's out. There was that stint in VSU that we don't talk about, but to have Battler around guys like this, just staples of the workforce journeyman. You didn't think it was what he needed before, but it's all coming together. Everything is in the proper place, and sometimes I just don't get that same feeling from AEW or even TFR. Like it's that good. It has me redefining my ability to process the entire business as a whole. That's how good Battler is right now, and this is a break week for what he's doing right now. Like he didn't have a match this week, but he last week he basically got jumped and had to deal with that. So this is like the downturn in terms of momentum, and it's still a peak above what everyone else is doing. So that has me beyond excited.
All right, I'm testing right now. Is my internet good?
We are so back. We're so back.
We are so back. We are so.
It's so over. It is so over. God damn it. Okay.
Intrigue that seemed to have happened with Solid Snake and Speed.
And we're God, I didn't even get to say we're so back before it was so over.
I'll help. Admin, please.
Help me. Admin abuse.
Fuck. I don't know why. My internet should not be bad right now. I don't know why this is happening.
I know, because like you live in America, so like I don't know like what's going on.
That says nothing about when it comes to internet.
Okay, that's true, but you don't live in like Nebraska, so it shouldn't be. Like,
right.
Anyway.
Before I cut out again, did you discuss the post promo with the post Battler promo when he was like with Speedwagon with Snake? Did you discuss the post scene when Battler left the ring and Snake and Speedwagon and the rest of them, they're talking about some kind of event?
I honestly don't even going into that. Like, I think that's something that's like I want the viewers to go back and like watch for themselves so they can get invested in. Obviously, like this is like a big deal, leading into like the next part of Battler's, progression. But just as a whole, there's a lot of things in that like whispered black technology. This is only the beginning.
It's the beginning of and we are 13 episodes in, and it is weird that it is the beginning. It's feeling like the beginning of something.
No, I love that. I love feeling like there's.
No, I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
Yeah,
but it's like this could be a pretty long season.
I am here for it. You know.
Absolutely.
You know,
the fact that I have not cut out in a while is a good thing too.
Yeah, we are so back.
We are probably so back.
We have never been more back than we are right now.
Yeah. So closing thoughts. I'm gonna absolutely fucking rail Yukari after the show ends. Let's move on to the next show.
Same, but with Yukari and maybe Battler. But anyway. Next up, we had a bit of. It feels like a downturn. Like no matter what it is, but the fact that it's Chard versus Beltway, I don't think it could have been an upturn from anything either. So there was that. Did he die again? Or no? It's so over. It's so fucking over. Well, all right, I'll take this one solo. Okay, so Hunk is involved. I care, and that's the only part of the match I really cared about because you have a run in on like a match with rules and disqualifications. It's gonna be already like very hard to handle. Just having him come out might have been like, is he gonna get thrown out of ringside? Is he gonna? Hunk doesn't get. Hunk goes right into the ring. You know that something's not right here, and instant disqualification. There wasn't heat to it. Like the actual match doesn't even matter because it was Beltway versus Chad. And like I said, Vector's horrific performance does not in any way make Beltway better. It just makes Beltway, impressive that he can even compete with Vector's shockingly bad performance. So when I say that Chad didn't even manage to like impress him in terms of comparison to Beltway, I feel sad. I'm sad that this had to happen this way, and like a second more DQs on AEW than TFR feels like a bad joke, but it's the reality we're living in. Because like I said, these are fans. They don't come here for angles. They don't come here for intrigue. These guys are here for bangers and moves. So to end a match with a DQ twice, like I don't want to say Amakusa has lost the plot, but I don't think he's got it all in the bag right now. Like maybe he did at the start of AEW when they were fresh and they had momentum. They were going to change the world. Beat the Fed. Right now, like when I watch this, it makes me not excited to see Hunk, and that's so weird to say considering Hunk is someone who can have a great match, maybe not a great match, a good match with anyone, and. When I see him come out and I feel that indifference, it's impressive that Amakusa has managed to get it to this level, and not in a good way. And I'm happy that maybe it's good that Janny cut out in the middle of this match because I don't think I need a second opinion here. I don't think I need to bounce ideas off of.
Well, before my internet dies again, I need to say here. On my notes, written in giant caps, -5 stars, repeatedly.
-5 stars.
The way that fucking match ended.
I don't think I would put it as -5 stars, because -5 stars to me is an experience that the human mind is not ready to embrace. I could process this. It just wasn't very fun.
The human mind couldn't embrace it, though. The crowd was dead. They were busy... They were busy with a Kiryu-shaped beach ball the whole time instead of watching this match.
I didn't want to bring it up. I was trying to give them at least that, but no. Like when the crowd in AEW has fallen, that's when you know that you have fucked up, and they sure did.
An AEW crowd losing interest in a match entirely is grim.
With a pillar.
How do you even accomplish with the pillar?
Thank you. Like. That's what you guys did. This you guys wanted the pillars. Damakusa didn't think that up. You guys said that, and it just kind of happened, apropos of nothing. And now you're sitting on your hands. They didn't even boo. They weren't booing Beltway. They weren't booing Chad. They were, dare I say, confused.
They had every right to be confused.
Yeah. I was about to say that the crowd was as dead as Janny's internet, but apparently it's even deader than that. So impressive. Yep.
I do want to say though, just before we move on, I do want to say terrible match. The chat was kind of fucking hilarious though, like just to break moment.
When the crowd, okay, well, honestly, when I do commentary, I try to like kind of keep it on, like, oh, let's get invested in this. When the crowd loses the match, like,
and they just start singing songs in the crowd.
Oh my god, like singing on its own is already like depending on the song, like they will like you could be watching, Hunk vs. Battler, 2 out of 3 falls, greatest match ever. If like the right song comes on, the fans are going to sing and not, mark out. So already like that they're predisposed to do that. But, with this, it really did feel like they would rather be doing anything else than watching than what was in front of them.
Yeah. Let's move on from this match.
Please.
Before we do, though, I think now is a good time for the next wave of Super Chats.
Absolutely.
We have minus 100 pounds. Money came out of our account from Nyron.
Oh my.
Can you tell us when Zombie Chan is returning to the ring?
Zombie Chan has died. And we're back.
Yes. Fuck you. This is just going to be... You're just going to try to make me break character every time, fucker.
Yes, and I don't think I've done it yet, so I think I'm winning.
No, you've just got a much better wit. I'm kneeling.
That's what 50,000 podcasts, at every waking moment does to you. It makes you mildly more entertaining.
You prepared for this. You've been preparing your whole life for this. But let's get back on topic here. We have one Battler coin from Jimmy Jimington, who says Battler.
Whoa. Battler.
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 Battora.
It's just so Lynchian, that promo.
Really? Yep.
Gallon Jack with a 16-month renewal. No comment, though.
You know what? Nothing needs to be said. Thank you very much for the renewal.
Fathead also taking money out of our accounts. Minus 1488. You don't know Chinese Electric Batman Hey. I thought he was well known.
What?
Oh, so you didn't know?
You tell me.
Blaz47 with the $6.66. Speaking of Nero's family, what are your thoughts on people saying that Dante fell off and he was never the guy of his family in the wrestling business?
I mean, does that even need to be said? You paid money to say that out loud. It's like saying, "Oh, the sky's blue." And it sure is. Dante, it doesn't seem like a bad spot to be the third best man in the Sons of Sparta. Just any kind of part of that stable. But when you could have put anyone in that spot and arguably done a better job than Dante, I feel like that's the point where we talk about, is he even holding his family back from greatness?
It's a tough question that you have to ask.
That's a question I posed to Dante when he sees, many fans, myself included, chanting "Please retire" 57 times in a row. Maybe you should.
Moy Chris won with $2. Do you think Caius' addiction is a work or a shoot?
I think he's got friends backstage. Caius.
Yeah. I know. I think I said Titus for a second there.
Titus. Anyway. Caius, he's got connections backstage. This is someone who's worked with Jingu. I could see him, getting in there in '85 with, Steven Sonozaki. These are things that could have happened, theoretically. So some guys in this industry, they can get a job by walking in the door and just like the owner like owes their family money. Like this happens a lot. Like, if you walk in with like to fire a Samoan, you're gonna walk out having hired 3 more Samoans.
Yeah, they just multiply. They just seem to multiply now.
They're like Zerg. We can't stop them.
Right. But he might stop himself. Or not he, the Samoans.
We can only hope that they decide to start turning against themselves. A coconut warfare, dare I say.
We have $7.15 from Vegeta Bros, who says, "Is it blow?"
Is it?
Is it Blover?
Is it Blover? I'm afraid not. I think we're Bloak. We're Bloak.
I think we've just begun.
Yes.
Al Freakster, $6.19. Why wasn't Kyle beaten Black and Blue trademark yesterday?
Because he's white.
Very effective answer. $80.08 from Pillow Nuts. How can we expect Armstrong to be out of commission from that food poisoning? How long can we expect Armstrong to be out of commission for that food poisoning? #hungry.
I mean, if you ever had food poisoning, you can be like a mastodon like Armstrong, and you will be calling for a priest. If you eat a bad shrimp, you're done for like a week.
This wasn't just a bad shrimp. This was Jack.
Exactly. So like, if a bad shrimp can knock you out for a week, Jack's cooking could knock you out for forever. So yeah, I think Armstrong, he's a trooper. He's gonna kick out, and we'll see him back on Food Review very soon. But
he will recover. I can tell you that much.
Eventually, but who knows when.
We have a Coolsville emergency alert system automated message saying that a group of Jaegerists is currently heading towards residential district of Coolsville, where famous podcast Wrestling Observer Rumble is being streamed.
Well, joke's on them. I have dispatched a single Spanish 19-year-old to score on their entire team. So, wow.
Yeah. Tough break for the Jaegerists this time around. We have OP with a $20 super chat. With Kaido and Rakesh both out injured, how can we expect their stables feud to conclude at Blood and Guts?
Well, I would say, get informed and start looking on their Twitch streams. Elden Ring PvP, Double Moon Veil, Rivers of Blood, 1v1. This feud is only getting started, for the real gamers, the real freaks out here, and this is just the beginning.
Well, they're currently fighting over the Lands Between Championship, aren't they? One of the newest AEW titles.
Lands Between Championship. I don't know anything about that in terms of anything that may or may not be confirmed for any other shows, but if you just let me get my notes here. 1 second on my notes here that it has been canceled.
Ooh. Ow. Well, let's move on to brighter pastures here from Blaz47, $15 super chat. Do you think TFR missed their chance to have Hunk pass the torch to Vector as the new Hunk before retiring?
If you had asked me that literally any time before watching that last match, I might have said maybe. After that last match, I think Vector should be shot in the street. I think he should have his wrestling license revoked. I don't want to see him again. I'm expecting, flowers and an edible arrangement to apologize for having to make me watch that match.
In that order. OP is back with $10. I heard Soul Bad Guy's contract is the biggest in the industry currently. How is it structured? Do you think it's worth it?
There's no way that contract is more than 2 years, because that's like 2 years off where there's risk of him not making the G1. That's you don't have someone who can wrestle toe to toe with King. I would not be surprised if this was the highest paid contract 10 times more over in 1 year than most guys make in 5.
Vicious with 0.00438834 Joe coins asks, what's the long-term
that's
damage?
Let's go.
Yeah. I mean, you didn't have to. I was trying to be humble with that, but it is a lot of money.
Yeah, I bought my Joe belt with that, you know.
Yeah. What's the long-term damage of the King of Jobbers belt being held by Soul? Whoa, let me calm down here. Just thinking about Ricky Bobby has OP's rage manifested in my brain to turn me retarded.
Wow, sorry to hear it.
What's the long-term damage of the King of Jobbers belt being held so long by a non-TFR competitor?
You know, in terms of damage, I don't think it was. I didn't even think we were even thinking about calling it damage. 9 defenses in it. It was. You want to talk about Forbidden Door? Anyone can come up for a guest match, a dream match. Having a title match, having him win and retain it at that frequency to the point where we're talking about his reign in the same sentence as Pegasus's. That's one thing. Maybe now that the TFR is struggling to find guys who can even compete with Ricky Bobby, I don't want to call it embarrassing because nothing's ever guaranteed. But the fact that you go over that list of contenders for guys he defended against, this is not like a light work. We're going to bring you in, have you score some easier wins. We know what's going on here. No, they're trying and they can't get the belt off him. So. I don't think it's embarrassing to the title. I think the title's in a better place than maybe it's been since Bolo Reynolds. But, in terms of like making the company look, weaker, I think it's a matter of opinion, but I think it's a more common opinion than you might think.
Vegeta Bros with $3 super chat. Ace Detective. See, I already said it. I already ruined it. Ace Detective.
You did.
More like. And you say it's effective, or you also say stupid faggot little cocksucker. One of those two things.
Yeah. I was gonna.
I ruined the joke. Like, shame me.
Give him back $3.
I'm sending him $3 right now.
You better, because that wasn't right, man.
What do you mean language? Okay, you're allowed to quote. You can't. You're allowed to quote fiction, sirs.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Do you think people can't read Kill a Mockingbird anymore? No, they still read that in schools.
Yeah,
because it's part of literature.
Yukari goes out to urban neighborhoods and reads it as loud as possible. Very specific.
It's part of literature. They don't? Do they not? Wait. Okay. Do they actually not read that in schools anymore?
I read it
I read it in mine.
And we all knew what was going on, but it wasn't like we weren't like giggling. It was like, okay, it's important to the story. It's not like it's a story about racism.
But the point is that if it's part of literature, we're not the Nazis, okay? We're not censoring books.
Exactly.
Let's get back on topic here. We got a $50 super chat from Gallon Jack. What about those absolute bangers live from the karaoke bar last night?
You want to talk about bangers? I want to talk about bars. I think Kiryu, he could have a singing and dancing gimmick tomorrow. He just kills it on the mic. I think he should be going out there boogieing and shucking and jiving and just really, letting it all out there how much he loves to dance. Someone better call his mama. That's what I'm saying.
I was just about to say, he should contact an old industry legend, Brodus Clay.
You mean a star of Fox series?
Fox and Friends?
Fox and Friends, that's right, yeah.
There's a couple more that I'll read, and then we got to move on.
Yeah.
We got 0.54345 Joe Coin from U251. Any insight on the evil stable that G1 has been teasing?
G1 booking, as it goes, I mostly kind of consume it in bulk. Like, I'll watch 3 nights of G1 in one afternoon at 6.5 times speed, and you just absorb it all into my brain. So I would have to get back to you on that. But if it's G1, I know they're cooking something. It's going to be very long. Very long. Yeah.
A $40 super chat from Al Freakster. Thighs, tits, or ass? Tits.
All.
Good, good answer. I mean, I was under assumption you could only pick one.
I mean, that's the answer. Legally obligated to say, but the real answer is Dick. Anyway.
Purge.
Yeah, that's right. I believe I've killed Jenny with that one.
Any leaks about the ghost situation, Purd?
The ghost situation. Which one?
We're talking about a former USS member, not former, but currently missing from action USS member Ghost.
That's right. I think it's a testament to the fact that it took me a second to realize who we were talking about. Ghost. He's the fourth wheel on a tricycle. He sure can tag in someone else. I mean, I don't know if there are other USS members down the line, Lady Hunk or Nighthawk or any number of possible USS members, but all I know is that Ghost will not be headlining amongst the group. So if you don't see him again, I wouldn't be surprised. If you do see him again, I also wouldn't be surprised, because I don't think Ghost could ever do anything to surprise me or spark joy in my life. So that's where he is right now.
All right, one more super chat. Agreed. One more super chat from the Jeffrey Keith. It's a $5 super chat, and I think this is a song. Do you want to pull that up? We got a song.
Yeah, we got a song going right now.
Yeah, pull that up. Let's listen to it.
You've been spreading lies that I've
on the juice.
It's so nice that these fans are willing to create these songs and interact with us in such a a unique and wholesome way. I'm really excited to see.
God!
No!
Why? What?
That's nuts. That's not right.
That's despicable. That's despicable.
Even if
we're keeping that money.
Retarded, we're gonna double charge you for that one. That's not cool.
Let's just move on.
I'll delete that one. That song will never play on air as long as I'm in control here. You understand me? Never again. We will never forget.
Can we just move on?
Let's move on. Let's try to move on.
Let's move on to a meaningless Virgil promo.
I don't think it was meaningless. I think that he was doing his best to find a meaning, and it made me realize
but there was none.
maybe we realized maybe we were a bit harsh on Dante, because Dante can't cut a promo either, but it's not like Virgil's out here dropping dimes either.
I kind of just don't think they should have microphones.
They
were never promo guys, especially not now.
Yeah, I think I thought AEW should just
remove
microphones.
Oh no, we need to hear. Show. No, we need to hear legendary promos from hard hitters like Steve Burnside, right?
You're right. Saihara speaks.
Saihara needs to speak. Yes.
That's carrying the show. So maybe
but these old timers, Virgil, Dante. Do we really need to give them microphones? Because they were in their prime. They were never promo givers.
I think everyone looks back on those old promos everyone has the same energy as 47. No one talks quite like 47 did. So you go back and you watch that and you think, this is not the same. I caught the highlights on a few years ago. These are the lowlights right here.
Yeah. Anything to talk about in the promo itself, or can we just move on to the match that followed it?
That is my answer.
Okay. Up next. Yeah. Next up.
Yeah, next up, Giga Dimes. We got you know what? I'm gonna say it. This was not a good match. I'm still happy they had it. 2v2 steel cage escape. These are the kind of innovative matches we need to see in the show. I'm talking, King of the Mountain match, reverse battle royale. When I go in and I watch a match where the first team that gets a man outside the cage is at a massive disadvantage. That's what I want to see from my indie wrestling, in indie inspired wrestling.
It's a daring synthesis.
I can't think of like another match that even earlier tonight we had 4 men in a Hell in a Cell. Now 4 men in a steel cage, but the 4 men of tornado tag, escape rules, it just completely transforms the match. And
I'm going to use this word again. It's another visual plea, because like you said, we had a 4-man Hell in the Cell on TFR earlier, and now we have the evolution. It's a 4-man steel cage with stipulations. Like you said, if one person leaves, you have to have both people leave to win, but just one person on your team leaving puts you in a massive disadvantage.
Exactly. And, in terms of teams, Hope Man, we talked about him earlier. We alluded to his failings in the past. I wasn't expecting a team up with Chris to go anywhere, but, Pepino and Steve, as pillars, they can make it work with pretty much anyone. And, they took home the victory, but you didn't know. You didn't know who was going to take it home. And they managed to create that doubt in your mind of who was going to win.
It was a surprising match because of that. You didn't know who was going to win. You didn't know who was the better team.
Yeah, you had Steve Burnside alone. You think, oh, this guy clears 1v1 anyone in AEW, but when you have the tag team dynamic to it, it's a whole new dimension. I think the takeaway is AEW needs to have the first King of the Mountain match next week, live on Wednesday nights.
I know OP's in this chat.
He does. We are linked up. So in Blood and Guts, Blood and Guts. I think we finally have our pillar stipulation. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think you're wrong.
Yeah. All right, but we pretty much wrapping up here, getting up to the main event. Quick promo from Okonogi. Figure of interest for a long time. Finally get Seaman action.
With some revelations.
No, nothing like earth shattering. I didn't. My jaw didn't drop.
No.
But now, yeah. But like Mr. Harai, dangerous new individual. Got to keep an eye on him.
Possibly
very
deadly.
Possibly deadly. The very foundation of the industry may be at risk.
Not to mention, we got a new debut in that promo.
We sure did, and this evil encroaching faction of deadly individuals, worm-like, character X. This is who you need to keep an eye on right now. Oh my god. Before we move on, I just want to talk about Yik is pretty based. Tsukihime is also based, but yeah, has Makima shown up in a Rumble yet? Thank you so much for asking, Mr. Cruz. I will take that. I will write it down. I will make sure it is distributed to every single booker in the world.
We will make that happen. We have the industry poll.
Yes, for you, it's worth it. Thank you very much.
All right, and now we're coming up on our AEW main event.
This is the main event. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our main event.
It's not the full main event.
It is not the main event. It is not the same event as you may or may not see in the Fed, but it was our main event. We got Teddy Maxis versus Nero. If you had sold this match to me on paper in TFR, I would have rolled my eyes like, okay, we needed a third match on the card. But
I would have called the cops for you saying something so disgustingly awful back then, right?
Yes,
but this is not TFR.
Yeah. So this match made me realize something very important that has been stewing in my mind for a while now. But I feel like this is the moment it's finally been vindicated. I think the Crossroads specifically the move has saved Nero's career.
That is okay.
There's a
I
guy,
want to hear.
So at one point, I do want to like do a rundown of every single like finisher signature combination in TFR. That's something I absolutely like genuinely want to do. And there's a guy, he has the bringer bomb. It's a good move. You can get off the rope, good momentum. Hit that one sync with a back suplex, stuff like that. The Death Valley Driver is because I like the Death Valley Driver. I think no one really dislikes it, but is it the match ender for a main eventer? I don't think so. It doesn't have the connotation. Now you look at the Crossroads and you see the ultimate culmination of what Nero has become. The Spartan Nightmare. The one who will bring balance to wrestling.
He's the chosen
one.
one.
Crossroads. He is the chosen one. And the Crossroads. This is a move you could hit, 5 times, and he sure did hit a lot of times in this match. And that one, it's probably not going to be that one, but the next one, maybe.
Great match.
Great match.
I know you're going into some big detail, and my comment is great match. There's a pretty good spot where Nero does a Hurricane Rana to Teddy Maxis and throws him out of the ring with the Hurricane Rana.
Because I was focused on the finishers, but yeah, like I don't want to gloss over. Like they were working like a real a match like between like the 5 Crossroads and 5 DG2s, of course. But
yes, it was a real main event caliber match.
Yeah, and it would have been nice to have maybe like a little bit more, a backstory or any kind of setup. But that's not what we're here for in AEW. We're here for the bangers, and and the finisher kickouts and more finisher kickouts.
And this was a banger. This was a banger full of finisher kickouts.
It banged. It did bang.
Pretty good. Do you have any closing comments on Nero and Teddy Maxis?
I think Teddy Maxis, this is a guy we don't even see in singles that often. He's known for very long matches with American males, and that's all I got.
We know how you feel about American males, or AEW males, excuse me.
AEW males. Yep, they sure are.
All right, well, let's get into it then. Set the stage here for our main event.
We got a follow up on something that happened earlier in the match. The Angel Mort intrigue, which is that's just good booking in general. Setting something up earlier in the night that is going to get to later. That's something that can bring you back, keep you going. Especially like the farther it goes, the more important it's going to be because it's closer to being the main event, and this was the main event. But this is the culmination of everything that Pardo has been working towards, even before his runaway run back into like this, because Pardo was never like a great baby face in the sense that like
no, he stuck out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, but he was very good at what he did. Thick skin, hard hitting matches. This is a guy who can go 60 minutes, and that you're going to get your money's worth for every minute. And to see him, in this match, and sometimes you want to like watch a match and you want to absorb every like last bit of it and see how it all goes together. This match, the story of this match is all in the finish. Mr. Thickskin, Manny Pardo, bleeds and is unable to hold on. He taps out. So on a rewatch, which I highly recommend for this
brilliant storytelling.
Every move you see in that face now, is building towards Manny, breaking down and not being able to, resist anymore, which, ties into like his ability to like accept his failures to find the Miami Mutilator. And, that's the kind of thing that, you don't need to, really understand, the current story to appreciate, what's going on here. Like these characters are growing, It makes you feel more invested, and it makes you feel like you've been rewarded for paying attention.
And I was rewarded because it was very subverting and shocking, the big twist and the post-match promo, where it turns out Manny Pardo completely innocent, and I don't think anyone at all was expecting that.
I mean, like you're looking at it, and like it seems like him being innocent is like a bad joke on the rest of the party because you got to be like, you think he's Miami Mutilator, and the fact that he was actually like in some ways enabling this to happen, but to know that to realize that it was V the whole time, you know, I think that this storyline is probably one of the few things that's like really like you can stick it at any point of the card. It can open the show, it could end the show, it could be smack dab in the middle of the show, and you'll be invested in it. So great match, great setup to the match, great conclusion to the match. Coolsville Cutthroat, yes, that's right. I'm so sorry. I'll be able to, correct myself in the future. But until that, I think there's not much to talk about. It
was just you said it all pretty well. Great match, great story. Pardo, I mean, let's be honest here. A lot of wrestlers, not good actors. Pardo, what a performance!
He made me believe.
I'm very excited and eager to see where this storyline goes in the future.
I'm excited to see where this is going. This is exceeding all possible expectations for me.
Well, with that,
speaking of expectations, we've all had some, good and bad. So with that out of the way, I think it's time we get into the top and bottom three of TFR AEW at this time.
Right. We can close the book on episode 13. That's over. That was the show. Pretty good show, pretty strong show overall. Couple of pretty bad moments, but overall good show.
Yeah. This episode, this card, I know exactly what the worst matches were, and I know exactly what the best matches are. If I had to put it to what the single best match was, I probably would go with Arc versus Harrier because it was longer, but it also just kind of was able to keep my attention at any single point in the match. But different honorable mentions to Zach versus Manny, Teddy versus Nero, and Wayne versus Hoka. But I think Arc versus Harrier is going to take it up for me this week. Did he died? Bros, did he died? Well, I could talk about a few more. Obvious low light was the Vector versus Soul. I really don't want to talk about it again. It genuinely makes me upset. It was not a good match. And Beltway versus Chad, I knew exactly what to expect, and my expectations were exactly met. So there's not much to talk about that either. But at least I'm not like, I don't have to really sit down and think what really offended me the most. I can just pick out, this was not good. I'm going to put it in the corner here and not think about it again. But the fact that I had so many so many bangers to choose from, I think we're heading in the right direction. And all I can say is I think we just need, more wrestling, more matches. I want even more time spent watching this show.
Sorry for cutting out there. I got a mail. I got mail from Amakusa, believe it or not. The check is in.
Is that the check?
The check is in. AEW is one of the best it's been in a long time.
AEW is on top of the world. I said Arc versus Harrier was good, but if I'm looking at it, Teddy Maxis Nero, 5 finishers. I don't think Arc versus Harrier had 5 finishers and 5 finisher kickouts. So. I'm gonna have to rectify my previous statement. I gotta give it to Nero. He's really on top of the world right now. Just great wrestling, great matches for really great wrestlers wrestling in that wrestling ring.
I love wrestling.
Unfortunately, the check is not exactly what we were expecting. I'm looking at it right now, so that will not change our opinions on the top and bottom 3. Let's get into that right now, shall we?
Let's get into the top and bottom 3 right now. I teased this at the start of the show. Yeah. Very first segment. And I'm not going to hold back on this. I'm starting on bottom 3 right now. As we put on the Saihara picture.
Yeah,
bottom 3. Apollo Justice belongs there.
Like, is he really like? Does it make you sad? Does it upset you to see Apollo?
I don't feel anything anymore when I see Apollo. That's my answer to that question.
I mean, like, I understand exactly how you feel, because like it really did feel like, wow, this is not like improving anything. You know, and until this week, I felt like this was like the first time he's really like made efforts to, you know, go somewhere with this. But
well, it also just feels like he's a joke now. Like he's being buried by the company, by TFR. He's always opened the show for weeks now.
Yeah, but like you're making a joke of someone who wasn't really like much to begin with. So does it really feel like that much of a desecration, or just kind of like, what else are we really supposed to do with him right now?
I think there are a lot more people on the TFR card who could have been on the show, but we're not. Agent 47 completely missing, right?
Well,
for example,
47 is a bad example. I think he's someone who doesn't really.
I'm not saying he's an opener. But I'm saying, what I'm saying is Apollo Justice was on that card, and Agent 47 wasn't.
Would you have been offended to see Apollo and 47 in the opener?
Now that's a tough question. Because on one hand, I'm glad to see 47 in the ring. On the other, it's another boring Apollo opener. Right.
I see where you're coming from. If I really can't think of anyone else, I could see him taking that top 3 spot, bottom 3 spot, and maybe like if he does improve, taking him after that, and if he gets worse, maybe we could bump him up to 2. But I find that challenging for someone who is like mostly a joke, largely inoffensive, and not like presented on the level of the other top guys.
All right. I fine. I can consider your view. But let me hear your.
We'll put it. I say we can keep Apollo as a tentative 3, because I don't think we should have like 2 separate top 3, bottom 3s. I think we should have to agree to disagree on a top and bottom 3. So right now, Apollo's 3rd worst. Let's jump to 3rd best. You know, looking at this list, you know, it feels like, you know, like there's so many like big names who like did appear on the show. You know, Pegasus. And, you know, Hunk, and like who I want to put in that 3rd spot. But, you know, in terms of, you know, what these guys are doing week to week, 3rd best, I don't know, because Wayne is someone who, you know, we hope gets a rebound, you know, bounces back and really like kicks it into 2nd gear off his title loss. But there's no way to know that right now. Right now is him, you know, losing a title match. So it was a good match. You know, he did his best to get that title where it is now, but I don't know if I could put him in that top 3 on the same level as someone. Would we put Hisoka in the top? Hisoka at the top 3 right now, because he is our world champion. It's so over. It's so over. Let's see, like, I mean, like right now, if I had to choose between Hisoka and Wayne, you know, Wayne does have the benefit of Tough Enough segments, and we can't get into Tough Enough, who is on, whether or not we can actually consider putting a Tough Enough competitor into top 3, which would be a huge, you know, push of support for someone who is, you know, trying to make it into the roster proper. Oh man, he is gone. Jenny is gone in the wind. He is. Damn. Okay. Give me 1 second here, because, you know, like, Hisoka. This is a guy. You know, like, we still have the memory of, you know, him, you know, taking it to Pot, just absolutely destroying him. That's something that sticks in my mind. I don't think Wayne has had like a current career-defining moment in that regard, the same way that, you know, Wayne has. But I don't know. Like last week, you know, that this was our big return. You know, I see, you know, like the Prince is someone who's like poised to, you know, rise to a higher level of that regard. George Jackman, new #1 contender. I almost want to cheat and put Dante and Vorgan in the top 3 because I don't think they're like running the show yet, but definitely guys who are on the map as just absolutely killing it right now, killing it in 1v1s, killing it in tag matches. You know, Dante killing it even on Tough Enough as a mentor. On that case, I think I would actually have to put. I think I could put Dante as a tentative number 3 in terms of top 3 because we all knew Dante was, you know, a decent part on the card. You know, he can work, he's got the gimmick, but we didn't know how good he was until he showed us with that, you know, with that Vorgan match. And you know, like, and I do like I might have to like say I even like Vorgan's work a bit better because, like I said earlier, like the fucker kick is not my favorite kind of finisher. I think that, you know, Star Fraud, which I didn't know it was called that. I still refuse to believe it was actually called Star Fraud. But, you know, Star Fraud into Roberto. I love the Roberto. It's the perfect inversion on the Yamato. You know, it looks good. You know, he can hit it in the same ways that Virgil can hit the Yamato. Fucker kick is just not the same. But on that note, like, I don't think that you'd be able to invert like the Rainstorm onto like what is he gonna do, like a ripcord super kick. Oh man, that's showing up next week. Ripcord super kick. But are we so back?
I might be back.
We are so back. We are
What did I miss?
back.
What did I miss in your top 3, bottom 3? Assuming I don't break out again.
I kind of blacked out there for a minute to start talking about the fucker kick. I think the general gist was I would put Dante and Vorgan in the top 3 as a tie if I could. I think it's kind of cheating because while they are like a tag team, they do have their own individual exploits. My current hangup is that Dante is kind of excelling as a Tough Enough mentor recently, but Vorgan's work is a bit better. So between the two of them, I'd put one of those two in the top 3.
I think I'd have to agree on saying Dante. If we can only choose one, if we can't put them as a pairing.
Yeah, because
Vorgan really... I mean, what? Dante's got... You know, he's got Tough Enough. He's got the fucker kick. Vorgan is kind of just there to be Dante's partner.
Yeah, but I don't like the fucker kick. That's what I'm saying, you know?
Oh, I meant the fucker cut.
Yeah, I do like the fucker cut. You know, that's what
that's what I meant to say. Sorry about that.
Yeah. No. But like...
The problem with the top 3 is that there is not a lot of space. And right now we already seemingly have Dante and Hisoka taking up 2 spots.
And I think you're missing a very obvious top spot right now that I'm going to see if you can even... The fact that you haven't brought him up yet is just kind of like...
Well, I mean, I was letting you talk. I mean, Pegasus is not there.
Pegasus, you know, still, you know, genre-defining run.
Saihara, not there.
Saihara, I don't know. I'm looking at Mass Saihara, and it's like it's a miracle that he's back with us, that he can wrestle wrestlers in that wrestling ring. But
no, you can't be saying he's not been putting on bangers.
He's been putting on bangers, but like, is that all there is? Just having bangers?
Yes.
You know,
the check cleared. Have you forgotten?
Yeah, but like, we asked him for the raise, and he gave us like the same as like pre-hiatus. So like,
we're not going to get the raise if we're gonna not, you know.
Well, we're not going to get the
we're not going to get the raise. He's not going to give us a fucking raise.
But he's not going to give us the raise if we just do what we want for less money anyway. So
well, how do you know?
Okay, how you know? How you know?
How do you know? That's my question to you.
You tell me.
Maybe.
Wash Drew Black.
Maybe.
I wouldn't put Saihara in it. If this was a top 5, because that feels like cheating. Just to like, because then that's 10 wrestlers, you know, top 5, bottom 5, and like the point is to like we're trying to like reward excellence and really like punish bad wrestling.
Fine, I'll take that as long as you could say Mask Saihara is top 5.
I would put him top 5. strong leaning towards 4 rather than 5, which I think we can both admit, but I can't put him higher than that. So, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out one thing real quick in terms of Dante and Dante. Do you want me to just come out and say it?
I was cutting out, but yes, I do want you to come out and say it. I want you to say the word. I want you to say the word.
I'm just gonna say it. Battler, number one. It's
of course.
Like I said, you said Dante and Hisoka. And I was just like, okay, but who are you leaving out right there? And it's Battler on the run of his career, like already like.
Well, I thought we were only talking about AEW and TFR. Battler's in G1.
Yeah, but like he's still like showing
he transcends,
up in the residuals.
Okay. Yeah.
It's like if I turn on the TV right now and I see Battler, I'm like, I'm watching this over no matter what's on the other channel, and especially now that he is absolutely killing it.
Well, then let's go to our bottom three then. We got number one in top three. This is top three. Battler at number 1, Dante at number 2, Hisoka at number 3.
You think Dante number 2?
I'm sorry, I meant Hisoka number 2, and then Dante number 3.
But that gives us no one in AEW on the top right now. Which I'm ready to take a step in that direction if you think it's right that no one's.
Well, I didn't hear you any. You were the one that came up with the whole top 3.
Yeah, but like it just if you want to
I
make
said
Sahara.
I said my Sahara, and you're like, no, it can't be top 3. So don't give me that.
Yeah, and I stand by that. But like, I'm just saying, like, no one. I would say Arisato, but we don't even know if he could be in.
We don't even know if he's in AEW anymore.
That's the thing. So
I think if we're talking purely this week,
purely this week, yeah. Purely this week, he's okay.
There's no AEW.
Yeah. There's no AEW. But okay, I have a question right now in terms of like the whole company, past, present, future. Is there anyone in AEW right now who's ahead of Sahara? Who's ahead of him right now?
Anyone in AEW?
Anyone in AEW? I don't think Punk. He's consistent, but like I feel like we're about to be on the verge of a great Hunk like
a Hunk session,
like a Hunk session. So, something's about to happen with him. He's about to pop off, but I don't know if he's there yet.
Oh, you mean the other way around? Like he's gonna pop off? Okay.
Yeah, no, I think he's going up. It's like, he had some please retire, rumblings in the crowd. Is he washed? Allegations thrown out there, and he's beaten them. He's getting back on track. Controversy and all. He's making it work. But at the same time, do you think anyone in this company is ahead of Sahara? Because
if you don't say Hunk, then it's hard to say.
That's the thing, because I don't think it's Hunk. It could be Hunk.
I don't think there anyone is. I think ever since he came back, it's just been banger after banger after banger after banger with Sahara, right?
Exactly, and just the fact that he is back is just creating this massive.
And that's why I think it's so strange and insane that you don't think he's top 3.
I don't even. I'm saying like Sahara is another one. It's like, yeah, he's about to like really. He's on the verge of popping off, but like AEW don't have the setup to make things pop the same way that TFR does right now. And you look at Dante, who has the intrigue and has backed it up in the ring with, quite honestly, a superior banger. And I'm saying put Dante at 3.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anyone between them.
If you put it like that, purely based off of like power ranking the matches, Dante's match was a much hotter banger for sure.
Yeah, I could see Hunk maybe at 5 right now. Maybe Morgan. I think it goes. Hunk, no, he's not in top 5. Consistently good, nothing great yet. So I think if his theoretical top 5 would go Vorgan, Sahara, Dante, Hisoka, Battler.
If you give me a week or two, I will make an argument that George is top 5. If you give me a week or two.
Well, Jackman. George is poised for some. Jackman is he's poised to like really take it up. If he beats Hisoka next week, he's jumping into that number 2 spot because he's got Sam Flam in his corner, and I feel bad for Sam Flam because I feel like he is someone who could make an argument to like slowly creeping into that top 3 before he's even signed, before he's even won Tough Enough. But or Mekazawa, who like I said, like if Mekazawa was still here, I would be saying like maybe he's on par with even someone like Hunk or Battler, not Battler. Let's not get crazy, but
right.
Yeah. But,
all right, we're trying to delay the inevitable. We need to do We need to do bottom 3. We're delaying the inevitable.
Bottom 3 right now.
Bottom 3. We can't just keep avoiding it. It's got to happen.
One bad week does not make a bottom 3 contender, the number 1 contender for bottom, but I think it does. But I'm just locking in Vector 3rd bottom. What the fuck was he doing out there?
That was such a terrible performance that I honestly would not even bother. Or not even bother. I meant to say, shit. My mind went blank there. Vector's performance is such an absolute dog shit performance that I am not even going to stop you from saying that he's already bottom 3 just from one match. What a fucking disaster of a match that was.
Yeah, I wouldn't put him worse. He's not number 1 bottom worst. That's he would have to like redefine being awful, which he came close. But right now, I think Vector's a shooting for bottom 3, coming from a guy who really tried to like take a chance on Vector. So that's how you know this is legit.
Here's what we can both agree with. I just thought of it now. You might not agree. Maybe you don't agree with me with Apollo, but you have to agree with me with Tim.
You want to put because I think we both know who number 1 is, but Tim at 2. You don't think just being around like Nero and Kaido, you think that wouldn't keep him in that theoretical 4 range? Just the orb.
Nero and Kaido aren't dragging him up. Tim is bringing everything around him down. Okay, Tim is flipping the screen on everyone else right now. Okay, he's whooping everyone into being shit.
And when I say like this is someone who we're supposed to believe is on the same level as Kaido, Nero, and Battler, who's gotten even better since leaving.
Battler, who is currently one of the best, and Tim is filling his shoes right now.
After he became Battler right now is greatest run of all time contender. He is just.
I don't know. It's hard to top his band's run.
I think if that's so true, but one thing about Band's run is that the work rate suffered, and you can't deny it because Band's has not had he's never had a.
You're right.
Match.
Can you name a match that Band's had other than when he became Ultra Bands or whatever? Because you can only name one match in that case, and it's 47. The head cranks.
There was the match with Dante that Date absolutely just flopped. He what was Bro doing in that position?
Well, he was being Date.
But,
and yes, we're calling him
Date. Date. So there's that one. There's the theoretical Saihara Ascension double count out. But that's just more of a meme. Yeah, Band's
you're right. Band's amazing
aura.
promos, not great ring performances.
Especially because it's a transformation of Battler and Edgeworth, who are like 2 consistently really good workers. So you put them together and they get worse.
It's so strange.
So yeah, I say right now Battler is like giving Bands a run for his money. So and on that note, if Battler's number 1, I see Tim. I can see Tim being second worst because it's just the contrast is staggering.
Are you making an argument for? Oh no, you're not making an argument for Tim number 1 because we know who number 1 is.
We know number 1 is Beltway. Like we're not even going to discuss it. It's just Beltway.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would have. There's a slight part of me that wants to say Dante, like the other Dante is in that bottom 3. But no, Beltway.
Beltway. But Dante hasn't gotten in the ring yet, and with this new learning tree gimmick, give him time. And I'm sure
but he's making me fall asleep. He's making me fall asleep with this gimmick.
Yeah, but I would rather be sleeping than watching that Vector match. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, fine. Dante miraculously escapes bottom 3 this week.
Yeah. Dante, like we got our eye on you. Like you fuck up, we will slam your ass into that bottom 3. We're not messing around. Like you're on thin ice, but it was.
Now let's talk about someone who not only fell through the ice but is currently at the ocean floor.
Benoit?
Well, yes. But I was talking about Beltway, our number 1 bottom 3.
Oh yeah, Beltway. Yeah, I didn't even think we needed to keep talking about that because it's just you just say Beltway and you go, yeah.
Fair enough.
That is Beltway.
All right, so are we finalizing that?
Yep. Number 1 Battler, number 2 Hisoka, number 3 Dante, bottom 3 Vector, bottom 2 Tim, bottom 1 Beltway.
What a fall from grace, the USS.
I think it's a testament to Hunk that he is still like doing some of the more solid work of his career in this like realm of absolute shittery. Like that's how good he is, that he can come out of that unscathed. And the 4th man of the group is Ghost. You know, like it's not.
And
like,
who knows what happened to him? He's ghosting right now.
Ghost is ghosting right now. I don't know where is bro right now.
It's going to be a pretty spicy release when this comes out. Luis.
Well,
Luis Alvarez.
People. You know, like they don't release. They let contracts expire. Apparently.
No. I meant the podcast. It's going to be pretty spicy when it drops, because we have an all Fed top 3 and an all AEW bottom 3.
And I'm sure people want us to like, you know, how dare you? But you know, if AEW was as good as people wanted it to be.
It's been good.
To, you know, defend it.
But this week was not great.
This week was not great. I can't believe I just said things were not great, but things were not great.
I think my closing comments are: thank God there was that promo with Ace, Nero, and Amakusa to hype up Forbidden Door, and there is the promo to also hype up Blood and Guts, because without those, there would be AEW would be ice cold without those hype ups.
Blood and Guts, I feel like it's so easy to say like Blood and Guts is when they turn it all around, but if there's a single Vector moment on Blood and Guts, I feel like it's all going to come crashing down around them.
It might be make or break for AEW.
It might be make or break. Like they've got a TV deal,
and that's a depressing thing to say, too. But we're at that point.
It's about momentum right now, and TFR is not perfect. It's never perfect, but the highest highs are better than AEW's, and AEW's got a lot of low lows.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, let's put a pin in that. Let's put a pin in.
I think that episode 13. Could have been a bit longer, but other than that,
Great story matches, great TFR. One of the weakest AEWs in months, and that's saying a lot, because I still think these last few months for AEW have been a very slow decline.
You say if this was a slow decline over time, then this could have been the drop off point, because this having two
the Bogdanovs made
like
the call. They made the call and dumped it.
They sure did, and again, thankfully, we had Nero, Teddy Maxis to kind of like lift it up at the last second, maybe out of the fire, but it's dangling right now.
Yes.
So that's there's always next week, but you want momentum, they don't have it right now.
That's powerful. That's a very powerful way to say it.
Yep. I normally we'd be like wrapping up more happily, but it feels kind of somber that this is where we're at right now.
We have a holy shit. Let's stop feeling sad. $100,000 super chat from Vegeta Bros. What is your ideal episode length?
ideal episode length is Rockin' G Mania. I want 48 hours of nonstop wrestling. That's like banger after banger after banger after banger after banger after banger after banger, and they're all 2 hours long. But maybe like 4 hours could have been like man, who knows?
All right, let's put a pin in episode 13. That's done.
Please, let's
go on to our little bonus event, shall we?
Oh yeah, we got one thing left, the real main event, and
next up,
Giga Dimes.
We're gonna go and review a classic match. And it'll be a whole watch along too.
The classic.
When you mention like classic TFR, like the pre-season 5 era, you think of this match. Absolutely.
I think this is the first great match, and I know I say great match. Like, this is like genuinely the first great match to ever like really break out and shift the narrative on how good that wrestling can be. And of course, it involves two men. You know them very well. One is Battler, the other is Hunk. This is Hunk Battler, season 3, episode 9, 1v1, no gimmicks. I think it was Extreme Rules. Actually, one gimmick. And let's take a look at how it holds up.
All right, you got your playback ready?
I do.
All right, from the count, I will count down from 3, and when I say 1, you will click play. You ready?
Yep.
Okay. Yes. Season 3, episode 9, Battler versus Hunk, number 1. 3, 2, 1.
God, look at how soulful that lore looks right now. Just
the pre-Renpy era.
Pre-Renpy, which is, as someone who uses Renpy, I just like sticking it in there and uploading it. But like, looking at this, it takes me back.
Get ready for the pop. Get ready for the pop.
Yeah, sure. There he is. Oh, wow. There he is. RE2 Hunk.
Now, you gotta remember, they were trying to get the focusing stone, I believe. This is season 3.
Oh yeah.
So they needed the focusing stone to return back home.
This is what it was
to
all
get out of this time loop.
We're talking like build up. At this point, Hunk's never been pinned. No, this man has taken.
Hunk has never been pinned once. Battler is also currently on a win streak. In case you forgot.
Like Battler, legendary losing streak, and then he turns it around, and this man starts. This is like the greatest streak in history versus the greatest streak of today. That's how this match was marketed, and everyone could feel it.
And the electricity in the arena was possibly unmatched to this day.
Because we hadn't been back in 2K19 that long at this point. We had been going through. This is post Mini Benoit. This is post Hunk Johnny. We had some genuine like classics in there. But this you could feel like the air in the arena shift when you saw this is happening.
Season 3 is probably, I know people say otherwise, and I know I'm biased, but Season 3 is absolutely the most underrated pre-Season 5 TFR.
Oh,
absolutely.
You want to talk about bias? Like, this is where I started.
Yeah.
One day, I found Season 1 and 2 archives on a random Kirigiri black thread, but we don't need to worry about that. But I saw. I popped in the VODs, and then I pulled up for Season 3 debut, and I was along for the ride, and I saw it all happen, and I could feel like myself slowly getting addicted, and now here I am on the podcast talking.
I'm in Gorilla right now. When this happened, I'm in Gorilla. I'm in there in Gorilla with OP. We got the headsets on.
Look at this.
Battler comes out. Comment. I could hear it through my headphones.
I said, will this be the greatest match of our time? And you know what? If you want to talk about our time being Season 3, it pretty much was.
Yeah.
God,
People, I see someone who's saying that season 3 isn't underrated. It's amazing. I agree, but a lot of people say season 1 and season 2 are better, and they were pretty good.
Season 1 managed to be like defy expectations for being like a consistent product, despite being completely like not even hotshot. It's like the booking was like we had a Hunger Games and whatever meme was on V at the time. You know, that's what was. And
that was TFR. There was no Gigadime story. It was just V memes, 4chan memes. It was a soulful time.
It was, and like I've talked about this before. Like there is kind of that disconnect now. Like what is TFR core? Is
you mentioned this at the very beginning? Yes.
Yeah, because like is like was when Spigot debuted, that was a huge V meme at the time, but it didn't feel like TFR core because it was like so like modern up. And okay, you want to know why this match is special? Because I can see, Chad Han, Nobu.
Oh my god!
Fuck it, everyone.
All it's missing
everyone is here for it.
All it's missing is Kami.
Everyone came out for this because they knew it was a big deal.
This was the match. It was the match.
This was it wasn't even finale.
Battler, the two titans at the time.
This made okay.
So
immediately,
there are people in this chat.
Effortless.
Sorry.
No, I'm just like effortless reversal right off the bat. Just like you, immediately, like you got Hunk in control because Battler is like even with his streak, Battler is the underdog here easily. So like just to see him like immediately shut him down like that. That's the kind of like continuous forward momentum that like keeps Hunk like 2K19 Hunk as like one of the best workers of all time.
Yes. People here are probably seeing this match for the very first time. Probably. There is a non-zero chance.
That genuinely makes me like.
This was
shocking.
Is this what Hunk is kind of was a little bit of a joke for a long time, starting to pick himself back up. This is before he was a joke. He was absolutely a menace.
This is why Hunk fags were Hunk fags because they saw this and it blew their minds. And then Battler, got like the same way like Battler just has like that ability to just kind of like pick up the momentum.
Immediate one kick out. You know this guy means business. You know this is a fight.
Battler tries to follow up, immediately gets shut back down. Like, just the way they're like, it doesn't seem like. I don't know if I'm like insane, like just like nostalgia just makes me see like absolutely nothing out of some stuff. But
dude, look at how young they are too. Hunk has some insane energy that he's just not able to replicate now. The times have hit them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I still think like you can't replicate like Hunk in his prime in terms of like his ability to
no one
keep
can.
a match going. No. Battler's got some limb work going. He is more of a technician. Hunk is more I'm going to beat you to death. But
that's what made this match so special too. Hunk was so aggressive, and Battler was very technical, right? And I don't think I don't think they've faced anyone like each other before that point.
Yeah, because like Hunk would always like find a way to like overrun him. He's gone for the hammer. Like, this is no DQ. Tries it, gets reverses, and just knock it out of his hand. He blocks it back, goes right into you think it's a Shining Wizard? Nope, not yet. Just pure kicks. Yeah. Cover again.
And look at that. And then the receipt is paid. Now Hunk kicks out at 1.
Yeah.
Battler kicked out at 1, Hunk kicked out at 1.
Yeah. Try Shining Wizard, not happening. Just immediately, Battler recovers though. Because at the moment Hunk takes off, it's over. So Battler is like fighting for his life here right now. And Battler does fly more. Like Hunk has like he'll do an elbow drop, he'll hit a running crossbody, but Battler like he's a technical, but he flies around the ring. That
was kind of a bit of a botch right there, but I'm willing to let it slide.
It's a botch because like he's into it. He's like, oh come on, just Hunk immediately shuts him down again. Like it kind of feels like he's trying to get in the groove here, and it's just not happening.
Just absolute pure aggression, like I was saying.
And here we go. The 2K, we don't have these anymore. Outside superplex completely.
You
changes
don't
the
see
dynamic
Hunk
of the
doing
match.
this. Hunk is older now, man. You don't see Hunk doing superplexes to the concrete. His back's good. I mean, his back's not gonna break into two. I'm just, what do you call it? Exaggerating. But like, you have to admit there is an energy here on this Hunk that 2024 Hunk does not have, and he's still amazing.
Yeah. He still works smarter, and like he knows how to like lay out the match. But then like you go into like but Batman, like I said, getting him in position for this, powerbomb to the apron, swings right back into it. Like that's like he's matching his aggression right now. We're like, chat's going crazy. Look at this, right into outside Shining Wizard. This is true combo shit right here. And Hunk's just back on his feet.
We have lost all pretense of it being a wrestling match. This is now just a fight. This is a brutal fight. You gotta remember, they're stuck in a time loop. They need to get out.
Yeah, exactly.
And
right
now,
Extreme Rules, like sometimes, like if they go outside, especially 2K19, it does start to drag. It becomes a Moxley match. But here, like this is not a long match. This is a sprint.
This match is only like 9 minutes bell to bell, I think.
Exactly.
And it's already felt like I don't want it to end.
Yeah, no. Brings up the table. Don't worry about it. It's not it doesn't matter. And like, no one's gaining momentum right now. It's just like
it's a back and forth.
Brawling. Yeah, brawling to get control. Actually, the table does get you. Just one hit. I'm done with it. Don't need it anymore.
I see myself saying this is the peak of our show in Gorilla. Would you agree with that? Probably not.
At this point, absolutely.
Really?
This right now is the peak of GFR.
You mean at this point in time when this is filmed?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes. Yeah, okay, I thought you meant in general.
For the foreseeable future, very little was able to match this. Right. They brawled and just Hunk right into a comeback. No hesitation. No breaks, just right into it's a great comeback too, by the way. A neck breaker onto the hammer.
Onto the hammer.
Look, this kid is about to die. Into the corner. And here it comes. This is the moment that we all fucking lost our shit. Hunk line outside.
This is the iconic moment. Never seen that shit before.
But this is the moment like this. Like if we were giving out 5, this is like the moment it becomes 5 stars. 2 count.
What a beautiful spot.
And he kicks out too.
The crowd is going goddamn wild.
Yeah. First neck breaker coming up. Like at this point you think like it's over. It's over. Slips behind. Flatliner.
Beautiful counter.
He's back in this. Going up top, he has to take risks, go up top, he has to get back in this now. Elbow. Nothing fancy. No. Right, because the elbow is a setup. Blue Truth Bomb. Can you hit it? You can.
Got it.
Into the cover. 1, 2, 2. No 2.9.
Chance at all.
No, it did damage. It did not, because I don't think this is like Hunk's second pin. Like he kicked out at 1. He did all that. He kicked out at 2. No, now they're fighting over the hammer. He's going for another one. Nope. And he's desperate. Back to the corner. And this is the point you realize it's not going well, because at this point, like even Extraction could end the match at this point, because it's blood
gets.
Plants him. He's getting back up, sits him back down. Like it's just little things like that are making this work. He's not done yet. He's fucked up at the moment, but he's not done yet. And he's in position. He's waiting. He's thinking about it.
He doesn't know what to do. He's never seen anything like this.
Neck breaker, and he stops. And then
that hesitation right there. Have you ever seen Hunk hesitate before that point?
It feels like visual. It feels like insane visual police smart talk. to this audience, it feels like everything, and that's it.
What a match!
Punk
retains his undefeated streak. Battler finally loses his streak.
And it's like it feels like he gave it. Hunk killed V in like a minute. Like Hunk 2K19 Hunk can just pop off and kill you, and you're just done. That can happen, but it feels like this was kind of like Battler's like proving ground. He didn't win. He was acknowledged.
I acknowledged him, and I never didn't. I never not acknowledged him. What a match!
This didn't hurt. And you want to know why it worked? Because this wasn't the finale.
It was not the finale. You're right.
This was his setup to Black Battler, Iron Man, and he won that. He didn't destroy. He was down. He was down at some point. He was losing.
He was knocked down. Battler was knocked down, but he got back up.
He bought and he took it home, and that's how you book a babyface. And because just having building a character and momentum off the streak is so dangerous. Not even in real wrestling. Like everyone, if someone wins like 10 matches in a row, oh, new Goldberg. They did that with Hook. They did that with fucking Hook. And the thing is, okay, either he has to start beating people legitimately and beating them because beating people is his whole gimmick, or he just keeps having useless matches and winning, and then you realize the wins don't matter. Right. So booking entirely off of streaks is just not feasible. This is how you make like the wins someone has accrued matter, and that's another reason why I think it stuck out. I think it's the reason why when people think of good matches, this comes to mind. Is it the best match of all time? No. It's 9 minutes, roughly bell to bell. It doesn't have ever expanding. It doesn't have to be like because like what I've come to realize is that like if you do flips, like TFR has become very smart, hating in its evolution as a crowd. If you showed Orange Cassidy to season 1 fans, they would love it.
Yes,
they would be. Oh, he's kicking his leg.
It's a joke
because it's a joke, but it's something. It's you don't expect it. It plays on what you think you're seeing, and the same way that like you show them a Canadian destroyer kick out at 1 kip up, it certainly is a spectacle. But like you don't always need that. But if the crowd is popping, it's not bad for the show. You can rate it objectively if you want, but there's a reason why, people care about it.
One thing that was not shown off in the video was the post-match lore, where Hunk gets a call from a new client who buys him out.
He sure does.
And that's how they still get the stone anyways, because...
Yep.
Hunk, he's got a new client, and the client tells him to give up the stone, let them come back. Set up for season 4, because that's
exactly
Mr. Hideo Kojima on the phone. And we all know how that went, but that's a story for another time.
It's a one quick sentence for right now. Just the fact that like this was like the ultimate setup to the run back. Battler gets his win back, and it's so fucking shit. And the sad part is like when they ran it back on 2K19, Battler lost again, but it worked because it was a good match.
Dude, Toya versus Hunk.
I don't often use the word soul crushing
because throughout that entire season, you're thinking that's in the back of your head. You're thinking about there's going to be, with Toya and with Hunk being Kojima's dude. It's going to happen at some point.
And they even said it because they even had that 8-man championship match. Who gets to control a Battler? So Hunk wins that too.
Yes.
So it's locked in. and which is winning an 8-man match. I don't care how many undefeated streaks you have. Winning an 8-man match that definitively is also like something you acknowledge as this guy is like legit. And it felt like it felt like watching 7-1, but I was Brazilian. That's
an eloquent way to put it. But a hero came and salvaged the season 4 finale, and then that's how we got season 5, and it was history from there. We got the season 5 and beyond era, which was a tonally extremely different from pre-season 5. Pre-season 5, post-season 5. Those are the eras. That's the BC and AD of TFR.
Yeah.
Literally before bans and after death.
And now I think it's a question: have we entered the third era now? Because season 5, into season 6 and that whole thing, and even into season 7, in terms of like there was that kind of return to the wrestling with the BCW war, but like the booking felt similar. We got new we got Kaido, we got Greg, we got momentum on these top guys. But where I'd argue now?
I'd argue that a third trilogy starts at season 0. I'd argue season 7 is the finish of the post-season 5 era, and then season 0 starts a new era.
And what a finish it was.
Season 7 was a pretty good finish. People, I don't know. I don't know if people.
I think season 7 is great. I think the ending of season 7 is really bad.
Is it bad because the finale was bad, or is it bad because Kyle and Furio was an absolute dog shit match?
The rest of the finale is great. Everything until that point was like almost perfect.
Yes.
Because like Kyle versus Furio happens and it's not good. Even for like the post-ironic "thank you, right crowd." But you know what? I can forgive that. But just the ending of like we're not going to take it anymore, and we're going to do something about it. Oh, what are you going to do?
Well, are you saying that because it was bad, or are you saying that because it took 4 or 5 years to get to learn what he meant by that?
I think it compounded it looking back, but at the time, it felt like the ultimate cliffhanger, and that's not something we're really used to in TFR. Like,
right.
We kind of like, because like it kind of like, no, what happened to next week? Where's our next up? There's supposed to be a next up. So, yeah, that's my take on it. I love season 7 for everything it was able to do. I really don't like the ending, but I think we're getting off topic now.
I think we're getting off topic. At the same time, if the K1 and Okabe, because I know we're off topic, but I want to say this anyways. If the K1 and Okabe storyline in season 8 picks up and becomes this big, extravagant event, do you feel like in your heart you can forgive that cliffhanger? Because it was a pretty bad cliffhanger. I mean, not that it was a bad ending, but it was a bad cliffhanger just to wait that long. Do you forgive that if this ends up being a banger storyline?
The thing is, I just don't see it being better than like what Battler's doing right now, or like our current investigation squad. Because where is Okabe? Where is he?
Who knows? And I'm
just like. And like I've seen happy to see him back. We have seen Keiichi. I've sure seen Keiichi, but dude, we're not gonna get into that right now. But like he's in a storyline with Ame in like 20th place in line in terms of like this storyline needs more time and push. So if it does like really like kick into next year. Like I could look back on like season 7 and say like, oh, this is where it all started. But, I would really have to like say like, this is better than, Battler G1. This is better than, Tough Enough. This is better than, our current investigation squad. And I have hope, but,
When you put it like that, I can see it. I can see what you mean. Because Battler's storyline is, especially with today's entry, Battler's storyline is probably, and this is my opinion, probably one of the best ongoing arcs in season 8, if not in recent memory.
Oh, easily. Like that top three was a shoe. Like we're not working when we say that Battler is killing it right now.
Yes. But even if you like, and I don't know how you rank the season 8 storyline so far, but even if you were to rank a possible Keiichi and Okabe storyline continuation, if you rank that against, like, in your opinion, what the weakest season 8 story arc is right now, do you think there's a possibility that storyline would overtake the currently weakest S8 story arc? If it happened. It'll happen, but I mean, like, when it happens. Just when based off of current hype and based off of speculation of where that's going.
Because right now it is the hype of, like, it's finally happening. Like, because there was a disappointment, and there was that kind of hope, like, are they going to turn around finally? So I feel like it will be warmly received when it happens, but it's not going to be free from there. And they're not. They'll pop when it happens. They're not going to keep popping for it if it doesn't deliver.
Right. I couldn't put it in any better words.
So that's all I got to say about that. Battler vs. Hunk doesn't hold up. Absolutely.
Yes.
Is it top 10 of all time?
Maybe.
Possibly. Maybe top 5 1v1s, but I don't know if it's a top 3 1v1.
We could be here all day if we start talking about top 10s and 3s and 5s and all that.
And that's why we're going to have a bunch more watch-alongs so we can figure out what holds up, what doesn't, and how this all fits together in, the star ratings. Because I don't think Battler vs. Hunk is a 5-star match.
Oh, we're going to end this on that note.
I want to do star ratings for, episode 13, but there's like 20 matches, so
yeah,
because I have my list of what I think the best matches are, but I also try to really sit down and say a 5-star match could literally not be any better.
Yeah, acceptable.
In that sense, I think there's like 4 of those ever, and I really have to say it's peak. So. It seems like a Meltzer meme. Like, oh, it's almost as good as 5, but I would put it in that 4.75 range. But one of the best of all time. It's not utterly perfect. I feel like it could have gone longer. They could have done something, crazy, to really get the match itself going at 9 minutes. But it's 4.75. It wasn't in the Tokyo Dome. It was not in the Tokyo Dome. That's all. Okay, I will. Rando versus Minotaur. I'm gonna humor you here. Not actually pretty good. And I don't know if we're gonna sit down and do a watch along for Rando versus Minotaur, but that 3-match series of he tagged with Meow. I think that's. I can't think of another way you would pronounce that. I'm just gonna call her Meow. Him. I don't know.
At this point, even if you pronounce it wrong, it's a joke. So.
Yeah, Meow. Because I know that they're a cat.
She's a cat. She's a cat lady.
So,
or she turns into one in season 6.
Yeah. But that 3 because. I'm not proud of everything I've ever done.
That is certainly a statement coming from you. That is certainly a statement coming from you.
I like to think every episode, every day, every podcast I watch, every PW thread, I'm getting better. There were some time periods when I was not. I thought I knew everything. I didn't know anything. And Rando really watching him get over, I still remember where I was when I found out Rando is over. It was the Royal Rumble. He eliminated Reen and won the whole thing, and I said he's over. And I stand by that. But going back and thinking about how Rando stacks up in terms of the rest of the season, he put on good matches, and he sure did. That's about it.
Yeah.
So,
do you want to run through some super chats, or should we just call it here?
If they bother typing out super chats, let's just do.
Well, there are some super chats in the chamber.
Let's just okay. Starting now, no more super chats if you type them. We're just gonna do the ones that have already been sent.
Yes, and that starts with an anonymous super chat for $50. What were your thoughts? Oh wait, you already got that one. Master of Awesomeness, $666. What would you tell your 2019-2020 self? I'm assuming this is something TFR related. So, what would you tell yourself about the future of TFR?
I would just. Does everything I've come up for VSU from that point onwards to now count? Because I would just sit myself down and explain absolutely everything I've come up with. I would. I would tie myself to a chair and explain. Okay, so you see, with this plot line that's been works for 6 years now, I would tell myself that. But if we're going to keep it simple, then name a bird rumble. Well, we'll see.
Yes,
but
that's what I would tell myself. I make sure to tell you that. Bloody Bantard.
But I guess I would just tell myself, learn all you can, more than you think you already are, because you don't know anything.
You know nothing, Naegi.
Yes, you know nothing.
I would tell myself to tell Shin to play Metal Gear Solid early. Or OP, excuse me.
You know what?
I just exposed the ding-dong diddly business there. Fuck.
Can I change my answer?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm telling Op, make season 4 Hung Psycho Mantis. That's my answer.
Yes, oh god, that's actually perfect. That's actually perfect. Of course, Kojima would Kojimify him into being Psycho Mantis.
That's the thing, because when I first saw it, I was like, oh, he's given modifications. He's gonna come out looking like a just freak with no sleeves, no hair, fucked up.
OP, write that down for season 4 Golden. I'm gonna assume he heard me.
That's my answer.
All right, let's move on. Blaz 47 out of $5. You think if they knew how the season 4 finale was going to go down, they should have just let Battler win here?
No, because because you want to know why? Because Rock and G Mania 1 still happens and 47 goes over. Which
that's true.
That's because if Battler had won and then lost again, we could have derailed bands from there. It would have been fucked. So him losing and then really getting knocked down by that 47 match, that set the stage for the greatest moment, and
I also think that was the first time 47 beat Battler as well.
First time. It was Battler had been, I think he beat him twice. He had been interfered with in a couple matches, but 47 had never won. Max Areno card fucking carried him in that match. He made 3 distractions. Right inside Hara, nothing. And he pulled out that win based off that.
Here's a really good one. Euclid with $1 million in yen.
So $2? Damn it.
What is the worst TFR finale main event? I think I have an easy answer.
I'll let you go first, and then I'll give a retort.
Because there's only 2 choices here, There's 2 choices.
There's 3.
Ooh, okay. I'm curious to know what your third one is, but people might not agree with me, but I'm going to say season 2 is a worse finale match main event than season 7.
I thought you were gonna say Bands 47 because it. I know the
that match
Rumble
was
happens
Gigadimes.
afterwards. Where
That match was absolute Gigadimes.
oh okay, if you want to.
Head cranks were Gigadimes. I don't want to argue this.
Okay, Head Cranks was the first minus 5-star match.
Oh,
Because okay, a 0-star. Okay, Vector versus Soul was a 0-star match. That was a dud. That match was horrible. Vitalek and Vector and Ghost versus Kyle, Wright, and Saihara is a minus 5-star match because it is fucking hilarious how bad it is.
yes.
So Head Cranks minus 5-star match. Having that match happen after Vans is like a spiritual. Because in the future, do you think one day people will watch TFR from the beginning and they'll see the Vans reveal unspoiled, and immediately go into 47 versus Vans? Like they'll feel how we felt in that moment.
Yes.
And that's beautiful.
I think that there is a possibility that will happen because I know people that still don't know Itachi is the killer.
What?
So, I think it's going to happen.
Okay, but like, even like if it's a Persona 5 baby who's never even played 4, like they'll be able to like assume from Akechi. But whatever. Okay, back to the question. Yeah, the other options are
Season 7
Kyle
and
versus
Season 2.
Furio. Yes, Season 7 and Season 2.
So that would be Kyle versus Furio and Dante and Virgil versus Todd Howard, Demon King form.
Okay.
And I think that Dante and Virgil versus Todd Howard was a worse finale match. Because
like,
seven...
yeah.
Go on.
Because if you think about it, Furio got over by kind of destroying Kyle in that match. That kind we got so worked that we like deluded ourselves into like kneeling to Wright and just hating Kyle, and that actually kind of led us where we are now, where like Kyle has had to like redeem himself. Who got over in Todd versus Dante and Virgil? Nobody.
No. Amazing match build-up, but like even though Furio and Kyle was an absolute shit stomp, people went into Sparta Brothers versus Todd excited. They went into that excited, and they came out of that with what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Just
because like I go back and I watch like the Monster promo package, and you have like all these guys walking out to take on Todd, and they all get beaten down, and just that promo package is so well done. Props on. I think Gno made that one. It's really good. And then Irwin died, so we could get Dante and Virgil versus Todd.
Yes. And all that build up to that, people went into the S2 finale with like such high, amazing excitement. Just turned out to just be an absolutely boring. Wow, okay, wow. Dante and Virgil won in like 6 minutes.
Yeah. Bravo for the SNK visual plea of sacrificing Irwin to create absolute shit.
Whereas you go into season 7 and it's such an absolute shit stomp on Kyle that the match gets over on that. The match is over because it's just a brutal, absolutely brutal destruction of the quote-unquote hero. Because I know now we're like, right, where Furio was the hero, right?
I remember in season 4, everyone was like, I was a dumb mark. I was getting worked. We all hated Wright. I can't believe this is like. Go back and tell like if it's like a season 4 time traveler could walk up to you right now and say, I hate Wright because he bullied Saihara. We would laugh him out of the fucking building. It would be amazing. Like, look at where we are now.
It's crazy how things change.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
all right.
Yeah, so I think season 2 is kind of a shoe in there.
We do have a correction in the chat, and that is right. It wasn't just immediate burial. There was a match happening, but it got to a point where Furio just got the upper hand at one point and never let it go.
That's the thing. Like, it was still a match. They were wrestling.
It was still a match.
Dante and Virgil just kind of flailed on Todd, who was getting a stun locked, and then he died.
Yes.
That's what happened there.
So yes, I do think that that is a worse match than, you know.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Okay, and then what did you say your answer was going to be?
Season 2. Just.
Oh, okay. So you agree?
You made me say that. Yeah.
Yeah. People are when you think of it like that, where it's like, you know, it becoming such a miserable destruction of Kyle.
Okay, I have one interesting parallel.
Okay.
If there was a way to canonize Hunk versus Todd as the real main event, could it have been saved? Because that was a good match.
Hunk versus Todd, like season 2 Hunk.
Op ran it afterwards because he wanted to, like, see, like, oh, let's see, Todd is this powerhouse, 92, which is really funny looking back on.
The stats.
Yeah, and Hunk, like, Todd threw him around a bit, like, Hunk got the momentum, he beats him. People like felt more satisfied with that. If there had been a way to like kind of be like, oh, Dante and Virgil like softened him up, and then Hunk got the victory, what could that have salvaged the season 2?
You would have to have a way to fit Hunk into the storyline that I don't think that opportunity would be there, because the whole point was that it was a Devil May Cry season.
They played, and like they had like the jackpot double finisher at the end.
Yes,
which is like just so definitive. Like, oh,
it would be a better
Dante
match.
Did it. Yeah.
But would it be a better story?
Yeah, but like,
and that's why I don't say season 4.
But was Dante and Virgil even a good story? Just putting them in there together, because like, should it have been Pegasus even?
You bring up a good point. Should it have been Pegasus? I don't know. But Todd was kind of fucking with Dante and Virgil for a while. Todd made, or it wasn't Todd that made yours, and was it? I can't remember. It's been so long.
Yeah, it won't be. When's the season 2 watch long? Yeah.
Yeah. You know what?
All of season 2 are one season 8 episode.
Stream the entirety of season. Let's just stream the entirety of every season in a big marathon.
One day we're gonna do that, and that's gonna be like Rock and G-Mania 8 or whatever.
That would, yeah. You know what? Fuck it. Book that as a Rock and G-Mania. Just a full-on marathon of every season. NTEL.
Yeah. All right. So good question. We got some dimes out of that one. All right. Next up. Or is that the last one? Yeah, like.
Yeah.
2 more.
It was a disappointing match.
Yeah.
It was a disappointing match. It was not a shit match. And Todd versus Dante and Virgil was a disappointing and shit match.
It was.
So that's why I don't say season 4.
And every different, like, the FMS NWF link up is like really like, people think it's just a bloody stream. It's like, no, it's a good match, good 4v4. Battler versus Blackler, it's a good Iron Man match, which is not always guaranteed, as seen with Kyle versus Furio. Wait, did we forget Battler versus Toya versus Hunk?
That's what I was mentioning.
Oh yeah, because
when we were talking about season 4, that's what I mentioned. I say Battler because it's a lot more. Who cares about Toya?
No, because I said, because actually like there's like 4 options. Because I forgot about that, because I said Bands 47, which is just absolutely like insane. And then we did Kyle Furio, then we did Dante, Virgil, Todd, but we forgot Toya and Hunk.
Well, I was mentioning Toya and Hunk. I was saying I called them Battler at the time, so that's where the confusion stems. It was a disappointing match, but I don't think it was a shit match. It was just like it did not top.
No, okay. I do think that it was a shit because first of all, like Hunk was not Hunk. He didn't have the same move set. He was not.
It was 2K20 Hunk.
In 2K20, it was 2K20 Hunk. It was a stomp. It was kind of like, and at that point, like he had already lost to Armstrong. He had, struggled to beat Big Show in episode 1. These are things that like weighed on me as a Hunk mark. Like, are Hunk Bros, are we okay? And then like just to see that, and then it's like, well, do people care about Todd more than they cared about Hunk?
No.
That's the thing, because like Todd, the build up itself was good. Were people willing to die for Hunk? Possibly. No one's out here being like, "Oh, I can't believe."
But that's what makes it a worse match than season 4 with Toya and Hunk.
Yeah.
No one in hindsight. No one cares about.
My mic just died, so we're gonna have to analog this shit.
Well, do you want to just cut it off here because we're kind of going on a tangent? No.
If we could take one more question, maybe, then just kind of call it.
All right, you get one more chance to send a super chat. First come, first serve. Go. Don't disappoint. If there is a tie, we will take the one with the most money.
Sorry, what was that?
We are taking the first super chat that comes in as final question. First come, first serve. Go. Okay. If there's a tie, we'll take the one with the most money.
Yeah.
$50,000. More billions are. Yeah, but a more billion is not acceptable anymore. Okay, there's sanctions in place, so it's got to be the $50,000 one that asks for best season. And you know my answer completely. I don't even need to say it.
Yeah, nostalgia tells me 3, but like sitting down and
6.
thinking about 5 makes me like,
ooh, you think 5?
Because it's a story of 2 seasons at the same time, which is
yeah, true.
We'll get that later with
season 6 has, and I might be biased, but season 6 has so much going on in it.
Damn it! Season 6 ends well. Season 3 ends okay. Season 5 ends kind of funny, but kind of disappointing. But season 6 does end well, so yeah, probably season 6.
I think most people would say season 6, season 0, or season 1 as their like number 1. Like that's the trifecta.
Yeah.
And I am in part of the group that says season 6.
I think I can't even really argue against it. So yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and say.
I'm
gonna go ahead and say that's it. Battler. Yep. Thank you for listening to Wrestling Observer Rumble of August 24th, 2024. Or if you are from outside the States, the 24th of August, 2024.
Thank you for coming to this great show where we discuss great wrestling, and we'll continue to do so as long as wrestling is great, which is always, because wrestling is always great.
Wrestling is always great. Thank you for stopping by, and we hope you have a great day. A great weekend.
Yep. See you next week for the same thing.